complain. Wave. Everything is straight. Wave. I'm in it for keepsake. In the field with the cleat lace. Beat freak with the bare face and a slick tongue, that's what she say. She look good, she a big tease when she bite lip with the wink face. Hella bad when she throwing it back. She bring out my way for the team play. For Pete's sake, I'm above average, I patted my stats. I gotta matter what he say. I'm the 2010 young LeBron James off the backboard, type of bad boy. Hold it down for the task force. If I run his fade, then you ask for it. Niggas cross need to laugh more. I keep it 100 on dashboard. The live show needed passport, cause the beat bounced to the cap torn. Feel like I live it and fast forward, but I asked for it. Misfit, got a quick lit on a crash course from the tattered garment to the tabloid. Spoke how I live it into existence. Might be ahead of myself, but the bank account did drop up a couple figures. But like nobody could fuck with us. I'm a flight risk. I play among the stars in the Hollywood Hill, the space station couldn't even get in touch with me. Praise faith that I stuck with it. Wave. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on a wave. With everything I say turn into the real thing. I tell her run it up, cause you know it ain't a thing. We made it out the slums, words on the page. Everything is straight. I've been on a wave. With everything I'm saying turn into the real thing. I've been living like I'm famous. Like I don't show my face, as I'm jumping on the stage. Like I'm living in a daydream. Lost in imagination. She only want me when she fade. She quick to tell me I'm a fade. She ain't told no lie, she love it when I catch my cadence. She gone off the deep end, pull up every weekend. I hate to let her down, but I'm in a fast life, so they never slowing me down. Heart rate dropping like a no sleep out. How you switch up, you always help me down. Wonder why I turn into a cold of me now. It could be worse, right? I got where I'm at without no work-life balance. You tell me that it's love, but I'm knowing that it's malice. Squad with me, God, cut us from the same fabric. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on the wave. But everything I say turn into the real thing. Tell them run it up, you know it ain't a thing. We made it out the slums with the words on the page. Everything is straight. I've been on the wave. But everything I'm saying turn into the real thing.
Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as the sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. You don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 five-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: daily face wash, exfoliating scrub, AM moisturizer, and the PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
Let's just have a conversation.
Doing, family? Yo, what's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. To introduce the crew, we got Mr. Elijah, we got Chaotic, Bruiser, Anton, Highly Girl Cute, Kayla, Amira, Miss Taken, myself, Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Good evening, everybody.
Doing well. How's everyone?
Good morning. Goodbye.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Oh, no problem.
Miss Taken. Welcome back, Amir.
Hey, happy to be here.
Bruiser, I'm so glad you have a shirt on.
Really?
If you wasn't at the Atlanta meetup, that's
hey, get off that man and send me my damn hat. The fuck?
Wow. 40 curses. Jeez, let us pray.
I need my hat, man, because I've been using
I like how you just said your homeboy.
When I use my sugar curls in my beard, you know what I'm saying? I like to have that hat on because it match, you know what I'm saying, the sugar curl bottle. So y'all dusty beard niggas, go get your sugar curls. So your shit don't be looking like Bruiser. It looks like mine.
Oh, wow.
I'm dead.
Wow.
This is a different setting, Bruiser. I'm used to seeing you in with your little camera.
I'm in Alabama. That's why I had to take care of some stuff down here.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. But you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure we get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, Teej Hanley. Feel it, Teej. Uncomplicated skincare for men. Get 30% off along with a free gift. That link is in the description. If you guys haven't already, hit the like button. We got 600 people in already. Let's hit the like button. Start the show off on the right foot, not the left, the right foot. All right. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you guys are tuning in for the first time, the past 3 Thursdays, or maybe 2 Thursdays, we've been doing trivia, a big picture. That's trivia, a big picture. I'm going to put that up for you guys. We would like the chat to participate. So if you're in the chat, put a T in the chat if you think the topic is trivial. Put a big picture in there. Put a B in there if you think it's big picture. I will let you guys know when the big trivia is over. Big picture, big trivia. Well, trivia, big picture. You know what I mean. I'll let you guys know when it's over. We got 3 topics that we're going to do that's dedicated to that. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into our first topic of the trivial or big picture. Panel, let us know what it is and why. As you guys know, there's been a lot of talks around the Jeffrey Dahmer story. It has been watched 196 million hours since its release. This is the 5th biggest Netflix launch behind Squid Game, Bridgerton, Stranger Things, and all of us are dead. So with that being said, is that trivial or big picture? And explain why. Who wants to go first? I'll just pick somebody. Let's start.
I can go first. Just making a modification to my microphone. Hopefully y'all can hear me a little bit better now.
Oh yeah.
I think it's big picture. And the reason that I think it's big picture is I think it speaks to the sentiment of us being desensitized, our desire for things that are gory, traumatic. I think that we crave, or more or less, it highlights our desire for things that may not necessarily be the best for us. And I think that this kind of leapfrogs off of a conversation that we was having last week. I believe it was last week, but Logic was talking a little bit about China, and he was talking about the censorship and things like that. And I think it's a fine line that we have to walk with regard to censorship. But I think it's big picture because it really more or less, and maybe I'm just looking at it a little bit too deep, but I think it more or less highlights what our desires are and our insatiable, unquenched thirst for things that may be toxic, drama-filled, murder-related. And it's just normalized for us now. The things that we used to think that were a little bit like this would be a big deal at any other time, but this is just something that's normal for us now. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that's out of the ordinary. You can scroll up on Instagram, and I follow a couple pages that highlight the different crime that's going on in the communities or in the city down in Detroit that I live in. And it's not even a big deal to just see somebody's security camera and you see a shootout or somebody running down on a chick and, you know, cracking her head wide open. And it's not even a big deal. You go into the comments and you can see people like, oh man, she should have ran faster. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not even a big deal anymore. So I think that is big picture because we are now so desensitized to where it kind of is like porn, right? The further you go or the more that you watch, the more that you desire. And then you find yourself on a deeper, darker path just to be able to get off. So I think that is big picture in my perspective.
I think it's big picture, but I didn't see it at that point. I watched it. So if you actually watch it, you would notice the privilege that man had, right? Let's say, because if he was a black man, they would have investigated. They would have showed up to his house. His neighbor was black. His neighbor called the cops multiple of times. They showed up once. They never even took upon it themselves to really investigate. And I think it's a bigger picture because if it was roles reversed, he would have been probably caught earlier than, I think it was 17 bodies or something of that nature. I don't remember how many bodies he had, right? If I don't know if y'all saw it, but I'm not going to go into detail regarding that part, but I think it's more of a bigger picture on that aspect. Wasn't really looking at the sexual part. And you just notice how much he got away with stuff. One of his first crimes was something with touching a child, and he got a slap on his wrist. Another one where he was in amusement park and touching himself, slap on his wrist, right? It was something along that nature. I don't want to go into deep details. So it's bigger picture because you see how times have changed, where let's say back then, if it was a black man, the first thing he would have probably been locked up for years. And he wouldn't even have able to kill those people, those gay men, the white gay men, the black gay men. So I think it's bigger picture on that stance, not the sexual part.
Wait, hold up. King Von, Quando Rondo, the whole Chicago clique, they got like 17 bodies.
I'm sorry, I don't even know who none of those people are. So I'm talking about
all the LA Crips, all these gangs, they got.
I mean,
hold on, Logic. Let me just.
She took it to the race thing.
Well, hold on, Logic. One thing is, let me add a caveat to also support your argument. It was just recently, I think it was within a couple years ago, and I just read about it. One of the most notorious serial killers that wind up confessing was a black guy, and he literally was terrorizing the entire California. And he was a tri-state, multi-level, multiple decade killer. I don't know if y'all know who I'm talking about, but he was a black guy, and he had been killing since like the early 70s, 60s. And he literally confessed because they just couldn't catch him. And he was one of the most notorious killers ever. And so I'm telling you, it has nothing to do with race, in my opinion.
No, I'm not saying, Antoine, your point has nothing to do with it.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time.
Can I go? His point has nothing to do with mine. We already know this. If I would call the cops right now, not right now, back then, and if it was a black man, we know back then them cops would have probably arrested him.
You need to go and study that guy, that black serial killer. It was literally the same thing.
So was it saying? Well, I don't know. I can't speak on that.
Dude got like 100 bodies that he confessed to.
Wait, but was there people actually calling saying he was the guy? Did the cops?
I would just say you need to go and researching.
Okay, I can research it, but
the only pushback, Q, is you made it a race thing when, like, if you want I ain't get my opinion on though. You made it a race thing, and it's crazy niggas that's killing. And they been killing.
Logic, like you're right. Have you watched the movie? Because I know you probably didn't.
Hell no, I ain't watching that nigga shit.
Exactly. So yeah, you're right. There are a bunch of other black men killing. They should be locked up too, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about this movie that you haven't seen.
I know Jeffrey. I don't have to see the movie, ma'am. I know Jeffrey Dahmer. I don't know him, but I mean, who don't know Jeffrey Dahmer? Like I know Jeffrey Dahmer. And I'm saying it had nothing to do with race. That's my whole point. It had nothing to do with race.
All right, I want to get chaotic in here. I'm sorry, Q. Are you finished?
No, I'm done.
Okay. All right, go ahead, chaotic. Seeing you with your 2 fingers raised. You're on mute, just so you know. You're on mute. Chaotic, you're on mute. Yes.
Salute to the panel. Salute to all the super chats that came through early. Guys, please hit a 1 in the chat if you are in a positive mood tonight. I want to
nigga, you don't control the chat, ninjas. What the fuck you think this is?
I want to first say how rude Logic and Q are. You would think that with me not being on a Thursday show in almost 6 months, you would have thought that they would have said, hey, let Chaotic go first. He hasn't been on the Thursday show in a half a year, but just like blank words, I don't get that respect, but that's fine. Secondly, I want to give a big shout out to Christopher. I want to give a big shout out to Christopher Scarver. He is the beautiful black man that is currently in the penitentiary, and he is the black man that beat Jeffrey Dahmer to death. If you are watching this, Christopher Scarver, you are a hero in my book, sir. Yep. You guys are missing the point about this Jeffrey Dahmer story and docu-series or miniseries. Notice how Netflix took away the LGBTQ category for that movie. Now you may be asking, what are you getting at, CT? I'm gonna tell you. Why isn't the LGBTQ community claiming this movie right now? Why aren't they saying, you know what, this is a representation of our community? This guy certainly was a homosexual. He certainly was a part of our community. Netflix, shame on you for not making this a LGBTQ category. You won't hear any LGBTQ activists, ironically, for Netflix discontinuing the category for that movie. I see something bigger here, and it ain't got nothing to do with what happened 30 years ago. It has a lot to do with a lot of agendas going on here. Why not Netflix? Why not say that that's an LGBTQ, whatever letters? Why not say that is a homosexual man in a homosexual docuseries? See, that's the big picture here. But if anybody's in the chat that's a part of that community, I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm just trying to make a point here. Guys, salute to you guys. I'm so glad to be back. Positivity is definitely coming to everyone's way. Thank you, guys. That
was a great point.
But he didn't answer the question.
Chaotic.
Is the picture or trivial? Chaotic?
That's
In your eyes?
That's the big picture. That's the big picture.
Go ahead, Anton. What were you saying?
No, I was saying that was a great point that I didn't even think of. I think that was a perfect way to skin that cat. That's dope. That was dope, Chaotic. That's all.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they don't have enough room though, because if you look at the Dragon Princess movie on HBO, her husband is a whole goddamn homosexual. So they can't take over the airways. It's too much of my here. Shit, what you want them in everything? I go to Elsa.
Right.
I think it's trivia. I literally don't care. It's not going to affect my family. It's not going to affect my community. It's not going to affect nobody I know. So I don't see how it could be big picture. I kind of see chaotic point where he made, but I still think it's trivia. I see what Anton and Q made. You know what I'm saying? Trying to turn it into a race thing. I still think it's trivia. I mean, really, for it to be big picture, you have to explain how it affects your community, how it affects your family, and how it affects you. It's fucking trivia. You have the right not to look at it. That's me.
Hey, Logic, what is that thing on your screen?
Oh, that's the new black woman emoji. That's with the hey, shout out to Apple, support our black women. You know what I'm saying? They got a whole bunch of them. You know what I'm saying? Hey, ho, call me. Hey.
Do they have the man emoji to that? Because men do wear bonnets too. Do they have the man version?
What?
We know men wear bonnets. We've seen it on these panels.
Men with hair.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, ladies. Kayla, go ahead. What are your thoughts on it? Is it trivial or big picture when it comes to the Jeffrey Dahmer story?
So for me, it's trivial. I like Logic, literally don't care. Growing up, my aunt used to always watch documentaries on like killers and rapists and things like that. They used to come on TV. Like, so this isn't like, I haven't seen it, so I don't know the content, but based on what I'm hearing about it, this isn't a new thing. They've done documentaries on serial killers, serial rapists, you know what I'm saying? Like people who have done crazy traumatic things. So yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was such a big deal. I didn't want to watch it. I don't watch traumatic things. I don't want that in my psyche. I have no want to see it. It literally doesn't matter.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Matt G changed his channel name to Little Debbie.
Oh, and I just wanted to say to some of the people who have messaged me, thank you so much for reaching out. I am safe and I'm good. It didn't affect where I am in Florida, but I appreciate all those people who reached out. Thanks.
I no doubt. Amir, what are your thoughts about it? Big picture.
I think it's trivial. Trivial because I think it's just a distraction from all the other nonsense that we have going on. I think that they just don't want us to pay attention to all of the other things that are killing us in this world today. That's my view on it. And as for, I think I agree with Logic and Kayla for once. Yeah, I think it's trivial. It's a distraction. there's nothing that they're going to learn from studying Jeffrey Dahmer that no one else has done before him. They're not getting any better at stopping serial killers, in my view. So what's the point?
Okay. Mistaken. Big picture trivial. The Jeffrey Dahmer story.
I think overall, it's trivial. I think at the time based on some of the things that they were saying at that time, it was a big picture because part of it kind of what Island Q was saying in regards to the racial aspect is that his ability to hide out in a community that they know would not be serviced in a sense, so he could kind of fly under the radar because at that time in terms of the Black community awareness and support and help from police, it was just kind of I'm not going to say non-existent, but definitely not necessarily important is, I guess, the best word to say. So in that regard, at that time, I would say that it was a big picture, but like now, I think it is trivial.
All right. Lastly, Bruiser. Big picture of trivia. Again, if
I
you're in
don't know
the
why
chat,
you made me go with the lady.
put a T in there if you think it's trivial. Put a B in the chat if you think it's big picture. I'm sorry, Bruiser. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't mind going last, but when you said okay, let's do the ladies, and then now I'm with the ladies, it's kind of weird. But
Nah, it's just
yeah,
just you got to think. You got to think big picture, Bruiser. Come on now.
oh, okay.
Come on.
So before I answer, I just want to get an understanding because I'm seeing everybody choose differently based on different perspectives, and that's cool and all. But do we have a difference? Can we someone state the difference between big picture and trivial? Just for understanding purposes.
So
'Cause I
big
think I might have it
picture
wrong.
for all intents and purposes just mean is more meaningful to what it is that we are or who we are as a society, or if you want to look at it from just your own personal perspective. And then trivial is the same thing. It doesn't really mean anything, but it's just, something to talk about.
Well, I would say big picture just because a little pushback on the mirror, and that's how I got my determination on that because I heard it stated. There's nothing you really can learn from it because someone else done the same thing before. But I would advocate that the time frame it took place, I don't think we was up to speed as far as forensic investigations when it entails like DNA tests and stuff like that. I think this happened late 70s, early 80s, and I'd say we got up to speed with that. So I would say it's only big picture because I think we encompass the necessary ability as far as getting investigations to reveal who these killers are, or get an idea of a pattern that's created between multiple murders and multiple offenses as far as sex offense and all that other stuff. So I mean, it might not sound right, but I just think that we got enough equipment now today as far as technology to reveal these criminals. So I would say big picture.
Bro, what the fuck
Bruiser,
are you
I don't.
I don't see that they're stopping
Bruiser,
anybody.
I know. Ask a question.
Caleb, go ahead.
So Bruiser, I actually, now that you say that, but do you think that even with the technology available, that the actual people on the staff, that has access to that, do you think that it would be any different? You know what I mean? So I can't see people's names, so I don't know what's her name all the way to my right. I don't know.
Mistaken.
Like Mistaken said, he, I guess he targeted a specific community, knowing that community is underserved and won't be handled the same way as another community. So even with the technology, the people that are running the investigations, there are still bias with those people. It's bias for everyone in America. So I think that even with the technology, do you think that it would have been solved much more quicker, even if they had that, if they don't care about these underserved communities, which is why he targeted these underserved communities?
No, I mean, I personally believe that now that we got technology, it kind of eliminates it decreases the chances of people being biased when they're doing investigations. So, like, I mean,
Okay.
I watched, what is it called again? I watched a documentary as well where there was an odontologist who investigated bite marks on uh, murder victims who were thrown in a river, and he was blatantly falsifying evidence or agreeing to be a witness as an odontologist, saying that these marks match these suspects' mouth. Whenever there's no way to tell that, there's no way to prove that. It's impossible. These come to find out these little girls were being bit by the crawfish that was in the river. I think this happened in Louisiana back in the early '80s. Now that they
Wow.
got able to prove DNA, that they debunked that whole bite mark myth in investigations. So
Okay.
I really feel like the whole purpose of having this technology is increasing our abilities to go a little deeper as far as forensic data is concerned. It kind of rules out anybody. You can really catch motherfuckers trying to be biased or trying to be racist to who they want to investigate or whatever you thinking in your mind. I think all this technology allows us to try to get past that. That's why.
Because there's more
That's why I
accurate
had pushback on
data.
the rule.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But serial killers still exist. So
No, go ahead.
Now I just want to know, we talk about the documentary being trivia big picture. It seems like an episode of CSI. I mean, what the fuck? I'm sorry, but I'm just keeping it.
I was just going to just mention something, what Bruiser was saying about the technology and the lack of bias. I was watching a documentary before that actually spoke to that. They're saying even the technology that is being used to, help identify certain things is biased because the information that they use to set up the technology is information that has already been created that was already based in biases. So therefore, the technology that they're using can also not be accurate because it's based on information that's already.
Actually, I have heard that in terms of like cameras that do facial recognition and like bias that is created into that program. So I have heard that actually. So I get what you're saying.
When are we gonna stop? This black junk is just so annoying, bro.
You said who is annoying?
This black junk, man. Like everything comes back to race. I don't
Did you
understand it.
Did you watch
I don't understand it, bro. It's just like
It's the fiber of
now
this
we talking
country.
about current technology being racist, and it's just like everything comes back to race. I don't understand that junk, bro. Maybe it's just me. I just don't get it. How do we get to race in our current times after Bruiser?
I'm just confused. Like, are we confused on the history of our country? Are we confused? Like, what's confusing like about racial issues in America? Like, what's confusing about that?
Because it has nothing to do with the documentary.
What we were specifically talking about was technology and data in terms of when they investigate. You were following following us?
And when I meant by race, I'm not talking about his victims were all black. His victims were different races. But in the movie, how it depicted it, the show, if you actually watched it, it made it seem it was more of a race thing. And because they were gay, that's why they didn't really investigate deeper. If you watch the show, that's what the show depicted. So I'm going based off what the show depicted.
So maybe they should have gave him a medal.
All right, that's a perfect segue. Is on that. Everybody get a medal on the panel today. Everybody get a medal. One second.
Just like a black nigga late.
There go my guy. What up, though?
The palest one here.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can he introduce? Because I don't see the name, so I don't know.
That's Angry Man.
Oh, okay. Hi, angry man.
What's going on? Forgive my tardiness.
Hurricane got her
The
clout.
link Junior sent me went to my spam folder.
All right, no doubt, no doubt. It's understood. With that being said, if you're just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. How we looking on the likes? Chat, how we looking on the likes?
They're terrible.
Are they terrible?
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got 1,300 in the building. We should at least have 1,000 likes right now. So everybody take a moment right now and hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. With that being said, welcome to the panel, Angry Man. We got 2 more topics. This segment that we're doing right now currently is called Trivial or Big Picture. Trivial means it's not really that important. Nobody cares. Big picture means it's a big deal. Something that we should be talking about, something that should be discussed. And you're going to explain why. Moving on to our next topic. Again, chat, we want you guys to participate in this as well. Put a T in the chat for Trivial or B in the chat for Big Picture on this next one. Go ahead and play this clip.
It just exploded nationwide.
It was a cultural phenomenon.
What color is happier than purple? No color.
This is Barney, and this is what he sounded like. Barney stands for inclusion, acceptance.
You should love everyone. We all have Cheryl Leach to thank for that.
As her beloved character was heading into the stratosphere, people couldn't accept that this was just a show, and so let the bashing begin.
Some of the rumors that I heard, Barney hides drugs in his tail.
They were violent and explicit.
Death and dismemberment of my family.
I love you, Barney.
They were going to come and find me, and they were going to kill me.
Just the dark side of this whole moment. That must have devastated Cheryl.
There was something larger going on here.
I don't think you could ever think somebody would go and shoot someone.
The Barney documentaries reveal the dark side of the children's show. Trivial Big Picture, something we should be caring about, or something it's not a big deal. Go ahead, Chaotic. See you shaking your head first. Go ahead, sir. I know you didn't go first last time, so it's just your opportunity.
I am 37 years. I beg your pardon, Q.
I said, welcome back, Chaotic. It's been a while.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Guys, please get those likes up. If you have not subbed to the channel, if you're new here, please sub. And guys, thank you so much for all of the super chats. The network definitely appreciates that. Guys, I'm 37 years old. I was born in 1984. I remember that damn Barney. My younger siblings used to love watching this idiotic show. They used to love watching that, Bananas in Pajamas, Lamb Chops Play Along. I couldn't take it. I remember the craze, the Barney craze in the 90s. Kids claimed that they jumped Barney. I'm like, you ain't never met Barney. People claimed that they killed Barney. See, this is a repeat of what happened in the mid-90s. For views, for clicks, the same thing happened. They were trying to find some way to get the ratings up in the news or whatever. And they certainly did that in the 90s. And now it seems like they're doing it again. But is it a big picture? No, it's trivial. It soon will pass. It soon will pass. I didn't know anything about it right now, JR, until you just showed it. But I saw this in the 90s when I was a kid, a teenager. Yeah. Trivial. And Angry Man, no disrespect to you, sir. Excuses are tools of incompetence, monuments of nothingness, and those who abide. So I don't want to finish it, sir, because I think you're a good
Lead
dude.
roads to nowhere.
But that spam stuff, come on, sir. Come on.
That wasn't an excuse. That was me being accountable. You should know that, Cam.
What's up, Angry Man? How you doing, sir? Guys, please hit that like button, guys. Go ahead, guys.
All right. With that being said, the Barney documentaries. Let's talk about it. Let me get a woman to speak up on it. Which one of the ladies want to go ahead on it?
I mean,
okay.
No, I was gonna say is I always wonder what happened to Barney because I was a '90s kid, born in '90.
What?
I always wondered what happened to Barney. I mean, I figured I grew out of it, and just like times went on and new characters come about, but I always did wonder, like, where did it go so, quickly? Barney kind of wasn't too big in my house because Barney's kind of like ambiguous. So I don't know. We didn't do too much Barney in my house growing up. I think this is very trivial. I didn't know about it. Don't care about it. I don't think any of us should care about it. Barney's dead and gone, so we should just let him rest in peace.
Okay, just want to get a couple more.
Whatever he is. Yeah.
Just want to get a couple more people up on it. We ain't gonna go roundhouse on this one. I just thought it was interesting. Go ahead.
I think it's trivial, but some of these cartoons nowadays is toxic to y'all children. Y'all letting these cartoons and TVs teach y'all's kids, and y'all should be teaching y'all's kids. Some of these cartoons are introducing the LGBTQ terms. They're okay with boy on boy little toys and all that. So I say be careful what cartoons you letting your kids watch if you let them watch cartoons.
Hey, Q, you know what's crazy is that you don't even know. You just like walk in on it and be like, what the hell is going on here?
That's sad.
Yeah, because it becomes part of the script.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you don't watch it yourself, ain't no telling how long your child has been consuming it. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll repeat my same thing on the last one. This whole documentary ain't gonna affect my family, gonna affect my community. I don't give a fuck about it. It ain't gonna stop nothing. My food ain't gonna go up. My gas ain't gonna go up. It's trivia shit.
I was honestly watching Dexter's Laboratory. No offense or anything, Barney.
All right.
I wanna comment on it just really quickly. I think that this one is more. I think that this one is more of a big picture than the other one, actually, just because this speaks. Did you hear what she said in the beginning? She said that Barney was inclusion, Barney was acceptance, and all of that nonsense. Barney was all about, okay, well, whatever. They're just trying to make it seem like this, to me, left-wing propaganda of acceptance and everybody's equal and everybody's all together. I think that what they're trying to do is make it look more, I don't know, what is it called? Like, I don't know the word, like liberal, more liberal than what it was. Does that make any sense? And that's why I think it's more important to what we see today when we see all of these cartoons that are like LGBT, that are pushing the gay agenda, all of that. That's what it seems like to me.
Okay, Bruce, I see you came off the mic. I don't really think the Barney documentary is going to strike this conversation like this. But go ahead, Bruiser. Bruiser, you frozen?
Yeah, so I don't. Yeah. Am I good?
Oh yeah, you good. Yeah, it might be like a small delay, but go ahead.
Right,
I know
cool.
on it.
Well, it sound. I know everybody got their own right to opinion, but it sounds like people are being dismissive because it don't directly affect it. But I mean, I don't think like that. You know what I'm saying? There's this thing called consideration of others. You never know what your kids are gonna grow up seeing. You never know what they're gonna look at. You don't know what their friends and family, whatever. So I have some kind of remorse for, what other people outside of myself go through. So I'll say big picture, especially because it could affect children. And I think it's just teaching us that although people are, can prop up some character to be this good angel or, make you feel happy or whatever, there's still a such thing as a monster underneath. Humans are going to be humans. Nobody's perfect. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that this character had drugs and stuff given it to kids, from my understanding, he was giving it to kids or something like that. Is that safe to say? I don't want to make the wrong. I heard somebody was hiding it in his tail or some shit. So that my understanding, he probably was either using it or he was giving it to kids or whatever. So I didn't see the documentary. There's another one I didn't see. But for me, I would say it's big picture. So it's just letting me know that, hey, look, although something can appear good and good character, for kids and stuff, it may not always, be depicted that way.
Gotcha. Angry Man, I don't know if you wanted to chime on this or not.
Trivial. Parents need to raise their kids and stop letting cartoons raise them.
Agreed.
Short and sweet. There you go.
But that could be that could be the big picture. That example right there actually could be the big picture. That, hey, you probably shouldn't let these motherfuckers raise your kids. You should raise your own kids. Could be the big picture out of it. So it's.
I don't think it's big picture because there's in 2022. I don't think it's big picture because there are way bigger issues going on right now than that.
But big picture wise, what do you guys think is worse? What we watched as kids in the 90s or what the kids are watching now?
Now.
No.
I wasn't watching two men kissing and all that extra stuff and all the extra sexual stuff on TV. Like, but now it's like what wasn't a norm back then, they're pushing it to be a norm.
Yeah.
Why are these little toys dressing up as these little man toys dressing up as women, little girls, like in shows and movies, and now they're having these diverse dolls and stuff. Like, where was that? I wasn't back then. I mean, I didn't grow up like that.
Well, they're blatant now. I feel like back in the day, like Barney, all the characters were like ambiguous. It was like, is this a man? Is this a woman? Nobody really defined it because it was like a character. I never knew what gender Barney is. What gender is Barney? I still don't know, to be quite honest. And even like Big Bird, like a lot of the
dinosaur,
right? So they weren't real. So they didn't have like everything. It wasn't focused on gender at that time because it was a bird, it was a dinosaur, it was a dog. No one was focusing on, is it a man, is it a woman? So now everything is so woke, I guess, that all the characters are doing like different things. I don't know. They're no longer like animals and stuff. They're people.
Well,
I don't
drag queens.
Look, Big Bird, Barney, all these niggas didn't wear no drawers. So they was nothing.
They didn't wear no clothes. They was naked. They was a dinosaur and a bird. They don't wear clothes.
Listen what I'm saying. They had no sexual. See, we all fucked up in the head. They had nothing.
What about Nemo?
But I'm not just directing you, baby. Look in between Barney and leg. You didn't see no penis. You didn't see no vagina. He had nothing because there was no need for him to have something, right? Like I said, we're adults. We're making this a bigger issue than it is. Some crazy motherfuckers was born that goddamn was obsessed with Barney. Then they did all this crazy shit. And then now, for us to consider the big picture, it's not affecting us. It's bigger shit going on in the world right now, like the pipeline that they just blew up. I can name a gazillion things that's way bigger.
Well, but there's a shift in that type of content. When you look at old school Sesame Street, most of it was about teaching kids how to read, teaching kids how to count, things of that nature. When they introduced Elmo and people and characters like Barney, it was mostly about feeling. That's where it went wrong, where they started trying to, create emotional intelligence, where it's like, oh, we want to teach the kids how to feel instead of teaching the kids how to count, instead of teaching them, regular skills. They want to teach them how to think and how to feel. That's when it went off the rails. That's when it started becoming BS.
Can I say something to Logic? Logic, you say that it doesn't affect us, but this does speak on the culture a lot, and that does affect you. And if you have kids, what they're going to be seeing and how they're going to grow up. No?
You say it's going to affect, so you saying Barney would affect my kids. You know what? Let's be honest. My kids can watch Barney.
No, not.
Oh, do you mean this documentary?
What they're speaking about the culture, about the influence on our children. And that is important to the culture.
Barney didn't speak about none of this, man.
That's what I'm saying. They're trying to make it seem like it's something.
No, this is some nigga grown shit. Barney didn't speak about shit. Big Bird didn't speak about shit. I mean, if you want to be honest, like they try to make all these Disney cartoons to be something, but I watched Popeye the Sailor Man. I watched all these different things. And guess what? I didn't catch none of it. Maybe I wasn't corrupted as a young man. I didn't see none of this shit. They're making these scenarios. If you look at it, we can watch cartoons 1,000,000 times. And then now they will bring it up about how Dora the Explorer opened her legs. And then one then in between it, this is what people is doing. The cartoons originators did. I mean, I'm just being honest. This is the stories they doing. They're making this an issue when it's not even an issue. It's innocent cartoons for the most part.
Well,
now they say Popeye the Sailor Man go get canceled because he hit olive oil upside the head. What? Bitch need to get hit upside the head. She was talking.
Olive oil?
But we watched it. and then we didn't think nothing of it.
Yeah.
But now it's people that's taking this and they're corrupting these things and they're making you think, oh, let me look in between Dora the Explorer leg. Oh, why did Barney not have a penis or a vagina?
Well, here's the thing, Logic. It goes back to what I said about parents raising their kids. Like, we grew up watching Tom and Jerry just decimate each other, but that didn't make us super violent because we got our ass whooped. We still got in trouble when we did stuff. So if we attempted to do something we saw on a cartoon, we would get disciplined. Nowadays, when kids is watching cartoons, they're not getting the same discipline and guidance in most households. So they're being taught strictly by what they're watching on TV. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if they watch Adult Swim, then that's your fault as a parent. Yeah. That's why you're gonna see the crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Watch what the Cartoon Network. Like, watch that. Then you're gonna see some crazy shit. But for the most part, Transformers, G.I. Joe, Popeye the Sailor Man, like all these different things they coming up with. These people that's making this up, they making this an issue, and then they make it an issue because for the most part, they trying to now, all these characters like Big Bird didn't have no sexual orientation. Nobody know where Big Bird, and then we didn't care. Nowadays, they putting draws on him and giving him penis.
I thought he was a dude.
Sesame Street like Big Bird?
But
it was a bird.
Though.
I never knew it had a gender. I thought it was a bird. Like, as a child, I just feel like what Logic is saying is that
got a new voice.
I'm gonna try to push out from this one, y'all.
Well, just last little thing, all I was gonna say is that I think Logic's right. Wow, I think Logic's right in the fact that like the children are being corrupted sooner. Like, these are not conversations that should even be being had at the age where kids are watching Sesame Street and Barney. But like modern day cartoons are interjecting that conversation into a time frame it just shouldn't be. Those are conversations for when they're older, and they just shouldn't even be discussed or even implied in any way. And it's just not like that anymore. But go ahead, JR. Sorry.
All right, guys, just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Okay, we want to read these super chats.
Sure.
All right.
Little Debbie, $4.99. Little Deb in the building. Did somebody say Omo Pies? Psych, surprise, motherfuckers. It's Matt G.
My nigga.
Julius Jermaine, $5. Chaotic in the mirror. Oh yeah, this is about to be good.
Salute.
Samuel, the infamous, $5. Thanks so much. How you doing? Lucky Marie, what's up, girl?
I gotta give a special. First of all, y'all already know that if you send in a 50 ball, I'm gonna give you a special shout out. But I gotta give a special shout out to Lucky. We had a conversation. She hit me up the other day, and it was good. So you back being my baby girl. Shout out to Luck.
Is she super dope?
Super dope.
Nigga, you a terrorist.
Super dope. What up, Luck? I don't call you Luck. I call you E. It's a little different for me, but it's all right.
AK Harrison, $2. I'm here to support my guy Chaotic. Get him, bro. Ash, $5. CT Amira in the house. Hey Q, what up, Logic? Chat Ninjas present and accounted for.
Warm them up.
Grenville Gullery, $2. Sam Little. Who's that? I'm not sure. Quest, $20. For checking on me and my family during the hurricane. Chat Ninjas assemble. And everyone else in Florida. Hopefully y'all all are doing good. I know I am. The Angry Man, $10. Grown men don't wear bonnets. They absolutely do. Men with braids and dreads and hair. They do.
I think Angry Man men, not grown men. They probably
grown men do not wear bonnets.
Males.
I know multiple men with hair that wear bonnets.
But how he's talking about
grown
men.
Yeah, like he don't recognize them as grown men. He's saying basically no grown man should be wearing a bonnet.
Those are adult males. Those
so you said Jay Prince is an adult male?
Yes.
I mean, whatever people need to do to keep their hair looking nice, I say just do that. The real man.
Wait. Now watch this. See what you just did right there. All of the stuff we talking about with the gender stuff and all that. That's how that happened.
Sir,
right there.
What a man has on his head when he is asleep, away from us. Why is that our business?
But he's not asleep if you're on the panel. We're talking about men that wearing bonnets on the panel.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. No, bonnets are for the bed. They're not to leave your house with. But
that's how that happens right there.
Oh yeah, no.
Whenever a guy says, "Hey,
sleeping.
Dude shouldn't be doing XYZ," and the women come along and say, "Ain't nothing wrong with that."
I didn't know that you meant like in public. I thought you meant like just period. But yeah, I agree with you. No bonnets.
Yeah, like you'd be okay sleeping next to a man wearing a bonnet.
I did. Yes, I did. His locks, when they came out that bonnet, they was beautiful.
Right? Look, if they did it in their house, who would
His
know?
locks couldn't fit in anything else. Like do-rag didn't work. The scarf didn't work. None of those things worked.
No, they have scarves made for it.
Did it in the confines of their house.
A real long one too, like this.
If they did it in the confines of their house, how would we know?
Exactly, you don't know.
Okay, so he got to be talking about being exposed to it with your bonnets.
Got it. So the real man $222. Notice the BM is always the gay in every movie. Kevin C, 120. Many serial killers generally have a chaotic and unstable childhood and early developmental trauma. It's not 100%, but studies show this pattern. Not for the BS, $5. The Dahmer case has nothing to do with race. Y'all going too far. Actually, he did target his victims.
He did say he targeted minorities because he
targeted them based on their race. He did. Nora Bella QT, $5. The real take are the victims' families. Reopening the wounds and glorifying monsters. Hope families are being paid for their troubles. That's right.
Yep.
Dub Will, $5. Amira, you can't prevent serial deleters, but it's important to study these types of people to identify the patterns of behavior so you can catch them sooner. Granville, again, Dahmer did not target on racial standards point. It was beauty preference. Sam could be said about Sam Little, whom admitted to 93, which were 55, were white. It's not racial with people like them. It's attraction. And it's racial. The Infamous, $5. Of course, it appears to be about race. It's on Netflix. Everything Netflix does skews to race for years now, whether it should or not. I don't know about that. Hennessy and hip hop, $5. Our people like to remain victims and blame everything on race instead of just trying to improve our situation for our own. Two things can be true, young sir. Rebellious videos, $2. Shout out to All-Star Panel. Amira, respectfully.
Sip ass nigga. Why you had to highlight her?
Soup.
Nigga Sims.
$5. Welcome to the team. $5. A normal nerd says Amira just sitting pretty. $2. Sook again, $5. Amira and CT in the house, baby. It's gonna be fun tonight. What up, Kayla? What up, boo?
I appreciate the super chats. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Moving on to our last and final topic of trivia or big picture. We got another one, Kayla.
Jay the Legend Sports Media, $5 says, I'm glad AM is on this panel to talk some sense to me. Oh, that's cute. Love it.
Cute but accurate.
Hey, y'all, put them hearts in the chat and hit that damn like button and drop a one in the chat. Flood the chat with hearts. Come on.
Our next topic for trivia or big picture is the last one, y'all.
And here we go.
No.
Job as a mom and as a friend and an ally. I feel fabulous, fierce, and ferocious, and I am ready to take flight.
Be yourself campaign means absolutely everything to me. I get to be myself, a non-binary person. I have the choice of a uniform, which is a massively big thing. It's so important.
Oh my fucking God.
What's next?
Virgin Atlanta drops gendered uniforms. Virgin Atlanta drops gender uniforms. I know Amira fully supports this. Trivia or big picture? We're gonna start with Bruce on this one. Go ahead, Bruce. What are your thoughts about it, sir? Trivia or big picture? Virgin Atlantic drops gender uniforms.
I mean, it's big picture because it affects travel. You know, it affects what you see whenever you go and travel. You might not want to be, you might not support the LGBT community. I'm not saying I don't, but I'm just saying though, really make you aware of what you're going to have to witness whenever you go and travel. So I would say big picture. You might
Hold up,
not want to
do you
be
support it?
around it. You might not support, you know, the agenda behind, you know, cross-dressing or whatever. So
Do you support it
so
though?
I'd say it's big picture. I think I'm breaking up or something.
Yeah. Do you support it?
Oh no, I'm breaking up.
Yeah, I bet.
Say what?
Can you hear me? All right, he breaking up. All right.
I'm breaking up. You got.
He's super choppy.
All right, go ahead, Amir.
I just came back, but I don't know.
This is just nonsense. This is more of the same, more of fly that rainbow flag high. I am so tired of it. It's trivial, but they're trying to make it into big picture. This is nonsense. I'm so disappointed to see that this culture is making what's between your legs the focus. I mean, women should be women. Men who try to dress up as women, you will never know what it feels like to be a woman. You need to stop trying to fake it, trying to look like us. You can't be us. You never will. And same thing for women. So it's trivial, but they're trying to make it into big picture, in my view.
I don't need to go. I'm just saying I agree with Anton and Anger Man on this. I already know what they're gonna say, so I'm gonna just put it out there. I agree.
All right. Go ahead, Kayla. What are your thoughts about it? The Virgin Atlantic drops gender uniforms.
Virgin, what is it? Virgin? I never even heard of this airline. What airline is this again? Virgin Atlantic?
Virgin Atlantic is a huge company. It is massive.
Okay, so that's like okay. So I'm assuming that's the same as Virgin. I think that it's really interesting that they would do that. I think it's a little risky too from a business standpoint. I'm trying to understand why it's that like you know, thinking as like a CFO or a CEO, just the optics of it all. I'm trying to think why is it that important? If I was a CEO, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I don't see the need for that. And I think it could affect the bottom line. So I definitely wouldn't do it. I would just not risk it at all. I don't see why it's like as necessary. That's what I think.
But why shouldn't dudes be able to wear dresses?
People can do whatever they want. I'm talking about the airline and the rules of the airline, especially when there's other airlines that are literally like telling Black people they can't wear their hair the way it grows out of their head. Yet they're doing stuff like this. It's annoying. I don't see why this needs to be happening.
All right. Chaotic. What are your thoughts, sir?
Before I give my thoughts, I just want to say, everybody give a 1 in the chat to Mistaken, Kayla, Q, and Amir for being absolutely gorgeous and beautiful tonight.
Thank you.
I'm disgusted. I am a staunch believer in heterosexuality. I'm a staunch believer in capitalism. And with that being said, sir, I have to agree with Kayla. A lot of these companies aren't thinking about their bottom line. The masses of the people on the planet are heterosexual. Eventually, heterosexual people are gonna get fed up. I don't want to be on a plane and a 6'2" dude who weighs 225 pounds is wearing a dress and serving me anything. I find it disgusting. I find it appalling. I find it absolutely egregious that a $1 billion company, Virgin Group, and its subsidiary, Virgin Airlines or Airway, would even do something like this. And they're not thinking about the shareholder. They're not thinking about the stakeholders. They're thinking about satisfying a trend right now. And that trend is the LGBTQ community. Now, I know people are going to email me and DM me and say you're a homophobe. That's fine. But I'm going to tell you something. In the 90s and before that, this stuff that's going on now wasn't normal. Fly the damn planes. Make your planes efficient. Make travel efficient. I don't give a why force us to have to see this. It's disgusting. Keep it in the bedroom, whatever you do, but don't bring it into a place of business. I don't want to eat peanuts and drink a beer and seeing some dude built like a linebacker with a skirt on. It's disgusting. And that's what I think about it. It's not trivial. It is a big picture, and it's a major issue, sir. It's a major issue because what next? What next? Are they going to stop selling pants? Are they going to force straight men like myself and every other man on the panel to wear dresses? That's what's probably coming down the pipeline.
Yeah,
that's what's coming down. I'm telling you, we got to stop it in its tracks. The other day, now I'm almost, JR, give me a second, sir. I apologize for taking over the panel. And guys, please hit a 1 in the chat if you can. Or I'm sorry, hit the likes up. I made a video about this months ago. Eventually, they're going to bring in bestiality and make that normal. The other day, I'm drinking at the bar. I'm having a good old time. I see a commercial, and I'm pretty sure you guys saw this commercial. It's a black woman. She was sexy, by the way. It's a black woman, and it's a like a mock wedding or something. It says something about choose the mate, and it was something about maybe a snack or something, and the dog came out with a snack, and she says, I choose the dog. But she was choosing the snack. Don't you see what they're doing? They're trying to put it in little by little to get you desensitized to bestiality, just like they got us desensitized to homosexuality. It's disgusting what Virgin is doing. But nevertheless, guys, please hit that subscribe button. And by the way, guys, while I was listening to this beautiful chat, this beautiful panel, I sent out this link to 10 of my associates, Confederates, and family members. Guys, there's almost 2,000 people in here. I would recommend each and every last one of you do the same. Let's get these numbers up. Salute to everybody on the panel. Sorry for getting chaotic. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
All right, Angry Man, you want to go ahead and speak on this, sir?
I mean, it's definitely big picture, but the only problem is you can't fix it because nobody wants to draw a line. Nobody wants to say, you know what? Here's the line in the sand. We're not crossing it. Okay. Men should do this and women should do that. Those are the two things we should do. The moment you look at any civilization in history, when they start playing with the gender roles, that's when you see the decline of that civilization. Right? So we're just descending into more BS. And Atlanta, Atlanta might as well be Babylon right now. It might as well be Sodom and Gomorrah right now. You feel what I'm saying? Because this is getting ridiculous. But like I said, if we don't draw a line in the sand and say, yo, this is not cool, you know, we don't say, look, grown men shouldn't be wearing bonnets. If we can't say that, how are we going to tell grown men they shouldn't wear dresses? That's the truth.
Angry Man is speaking the word of the Lord right now.
I don't think anybody should wear a bonnet outside the house, no matter the gender. I don't know why we wear bonnets outside.
That's true. They shouldn't be wearing it outside.
Like, it's for sleeping. Do you wear your night clothes when you go outside? No.
No, I don't wear my night clothes when I go out, but when I wear night clothes, they're pajamas. They're not a gown. You feel what I'm saying? Like it all boils down. You got too many men walking around doing things that are suspect, and we're treating it like it's normal. And that's how we're descending into the rest of this crap. We're descending into the rest of this because we don't want to define gender anymore. We want to pretend like it's something that's ambiguous, and there's too many differences between us mentally to not respect those differences.
I mean, last week we had the ladies on the panel saying if trans want to be them, they should be them, whatever makes them happy. regarding if they were talking to a man. You know, they shouldn't have to come out and tell them they were trans. The men should vet properly to find out if that person was born a man. So it's like.
And last week, them
and I
women
still
was
stand by that. I still stand by
Oh,
that.
you stand by that when you say this. That doesn't.
I stand by that. If you as a man are in a relationship with a woman for 2 years and you had no inclination that she was a man, I don't care what you say, Q. Something's wrong with him.
No,
2 years you've been with somebody.
That wasn't the point that we're getting at.
But that was my point that I said then, and I said that's what I'm standing by.
Can I ask a question? So Kayla, if you were in a relationship with a guy for 2 years and he was cheating on you, does that mean there's something wrong with you?
That's totally different. You're telling me you're in a relationship with a woman for 2 years and you never met her parents. You haven't seen her baby pictures. You haven't seen pictures from high school. You haven't had conversations about your life when you were a child. You've been with this person for 2 years and you don't know that they were born a man?
We never said your spectrum. We never
you don't have an idea at all?
Oh, y'all one at a time. Y'all one at a time.
Let's examine the world that men live in when they deal with women. It's considered inappropriate for us to ask you what your weight is. It's considered inappropriate to ask you, is that your real hair?
I'm talking about somebody you've been with for 2 years in a committed, exclusive relationship.
By the same token, I can say if you've been with a guy for 2 years and he's cheating on you, why didn't you notice the signs? Why didn't you pay attention? Why didn't you ask any questions? Why didn't you probe? It's a matter of trust. If two people get into a relationship with each other from the beginning, one of the most important things is trust. You feel what I'm saying? So it's
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying, like, men that are making excuses, how they just had no clue. I don't believe you. You like trans women, and that's okay. Just do that, but don't try to make up some narrative. Don't try to make up some narrative.
Hold on, Logic.
I'm just saying, have you looked at the surgery?
Hold on 1 second. Don't try to make up some narrative that you had no idea that this person was trans. Getting the trans surgery is so expensive for it to look real. It costs a lot of money. So you telling me you didn't know a regular person, you didn't know that they were trans after being in a relationship with them for 2 years?
Hold on. You can't let off the hook though with this one. You know the military.
Y'all gotta agree. Come on now.
Insurance companies.
I agree with Kayla.
The military insurance companies cover, so it don't matter how expensive it is. The military and all the major insurance companies is cover these transitional surgeries. So it could be $50,000 and they get it.
But before you get into those details,
you know what pussy look like? You don't know.
You're missing the you're missing the initial problem. The initial problem is the person deceiving the other person. So how is the person who's being deceived, how is it their fault that they're being deceived?
I never said it was their fault. I did say that. I always say any type of deception, any type of lies, that's not right. But when we were saying like y'all were making excuses for the person, like all of the blame is on them and you take no accountability for that situation. Because if it was a regular woman, right? You telling me you wouldn't vet you wouldn't vet your partner? I thought this was the channel that was the king of vetting people, and you're telling me you haven't had conversations about childhood. You haven't, like, come on.
Why would you need to said you're making excuses for the person? Why would you need to make excuses for the person that didn't do anything wrong?
No, what I'm saying is that you have to look introspectively and say, what's wrong with me? That I've been with this person for 2 years and I had no idea they were born a man. That's all I said. I didn't take any blame off the other person for deceiving them.
Close so we get back on track.
You look inside yourself and try to figure out how is it 2 years went by and you didn't have a clue. That's all I did.
We got to land a plane on it, y'all.
We never said 2 years. We said, for example, and let me finish. For example, if I was a man and I went on a date, because I said if my brother went on a date with a shim or chick or whatever they want, him, shim, whatever they want to go by, and that person doesn't say, "Oh, I'm trans," you should say, "No, it's the man's fault," because they should vet. We're not talking about 2 years, right? We're talking about if they go on a date or if a man's hitting on someone in the club, you're blaming the man for flirting because he should have asked or vetted properly. Like that doesn't make
Again, we're talking about last week, and that was the situation you brought up last week. That was the topic. We watched a clip. That was the context of that situation. So you actually brought it up, and you wanted. I'm speaking to the full context of what we spoke about last week. Okay. I'm not just speaking to that one point. So it's not like I'm making this up. I'm not making this up. That was the context of the situation we were analyzing last week. So that's why I'm speaking on it. You brought it up.
2 years.
But that's
all right, y'all. Let's get back
I
on
don't think
the break.
Oh, sorry.
Let's go ahead and continue talking about this Virgin Atlantic. Let's get a couple more people and then we'll move on. Anybody else want to speak on it?
Yeah, I want to speak on. I was waiting on Anton so I can say I agree, but I guess he ain't gonna say shit today. But I don't know how y'all missed this. So it's big picture, and it's big picture because if you talk to them, they say how they neither man or female. They said they're homosexual.
Non-binary? Is that it?
What?
Non-binary. I think that's
non-binary, right? Mm-hmm. So why should they try to fit in any type of uniform? If they non-binary or whatever the fuck they call it, because they got now it's up to 200 different sexual preferences now that they can fit in the category of. 4 years ago it was just 63. Now it went up to 200. Shout out to Cheeky. But if you say you're not a woman, then why you want to dress like a woman? If you say you're not a man, then why you want to dress like a man? Why don't you just wear a motherfucking spacesuit? Because this is where it get to that now they just want attention and they're exposing themselves for seeking attention. A 7 foot, I think Chaotic brought it up. A 7 foot dude come to you in an airplane with a dress. What is he seeking? He's seeking attention. All this is for attention. And then if we continue to give it to the motherfuckers, just like YouTube, that shit addictive. These niggas gonna go crazy. They gonna wear heels. They gonna go crazy. They just gonna do more and more shit. It's a big picture. All day. Let them expose the fuck out of themselves. And we just need to be here and clean it out and call them out.
So when you say don't give them no attention, do you mean that we shouldn't buy any flights that's connected to Virgin Atlantic?
Fuck Virgin Atlantic. Now, I never fuck with it in the first place.
I'm saying, is that what you mean by don't give it attention?
We should boycott, just like Martin Luther King said. You know what I'm saying? How did he get the white people to act right? To let them get in the front of the bus. He boycotted their ass. Let's boycott Virgin Airlines. And I guarantee you this, it won't be effective because all our black women are gonna be on that bitch.
Facts.
Supporting it. Young Miami and they little boy toy, all up gonna be on that bitch.
Can you say the same thing for hip hop? It's killing black people. Should we boycott that too?
What?
I don't think that's what Anton was going to say, honestly.
The thing about it is that if you want to conquer a family, if you want to conquer a man, if you want to conquer a society, the first thing that you have to do is conquer their women. And if you look at any family, right, even where the man stands strong, or you look at a child, right, in most instances, what will happen is if the child wants something, they'll go to their mother first. If the child wants to do what they want to do because they know that the father is strong, that they'll go to the mother. Even if they know that the mother still got to go through the father, they'll go through the mother in order to have the mother try to talk to the dad in order to make sure that they can get what they want out of that situation. And this is exactly what's happening in society. And what happens is, because we have so many weak men, because listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I expect for most women to be weak. I expect for most women not to take a position. I expect for when you talk to a family and then you have a conversation about whether or not they accept this person that's swinging the other way in the family, the mother is going to say, well, but I love them, because women are weak and they're naturally nurturing, which is just the way that they made. And listen, you can go all the way back to the foundation of the Bible. The way that the serpent conquered got him kicked out is he didn't go through the man. He went through the woman. He literally, if you look at every single fallen kingdom, every last one of them, you can look at the movies, you can read the books. All you have to do is look at how they got to them, and they got to them through the woman. If you want to look at the fall of the black family, all you got to do is look at the black woman. Feminism. If you want to look at the fall of America, it all happens through the woman. And so the only thing that the man has is to be able to have a strong hand and get that hoe in order. But most men are simps, which is why it's so easy to conquer him through your woman. And so when you look at this happen, and even when you have a lot of these conversations, the woman is more often than not going to be the one that don't take a position. They're going to be kumbaya. They're going to go and teach it. They're going to go and do all these things, and then they're going to talk their man into doing it. And so when you see this happen and you see this play out, most women have gay men as their friends.
Yep.
Men don't sit there and walk around and hang out with gay men on a general basis. It's the women that enable it. It's the women that love it. It's the women that advocate for it. It's the women that don't stand up for it, and it's the women that support it. And so when you see the downfall of any society, it's always going to come with the empowerment of women. And that's why I rule with a strong hand. And listen, I see women and I see people all the time. They be in the chat and they be like, Rita must be down and out. Rita is sitting right here, humbled, submissive, and on the program. And I rule with a strong hand because I refuse in any way, shape, or form to submit to or succumb to the will of a woman. I am the lead. And if you want to see what the downfall of any society is, if you want to see what the weak family looks like, if you want to see what a broken family looks like, it comes from a matriarchy. It comes from women having a say-so in the final word and what goes on in that household, whether it's through the man or not. And this is what we're going to see in society, and it's going to continue to play out because as long as we have weak men continuing to submit to these weak women, then you're going to have a weak society. And your daughter and your son going to be a bitch. And that's really what's going to come down to.
Hey, Rita.
Before anybody else go, let me get Miss Taken in here. Go ahead, Miss Taken. You wanted to speak on this? Virgin Atlantic drops gender uniforms or anything what the panel's been saying?
No, because I'm short on time. I want to get to the meat. I like the meat.
I know that's right.
Sound effect.
All this, let's go to the straight to the meat.
I'm glad they like the meat.
The meat.
Yeah,
that was a good take on time. That was a good one.
If you would like to speak on it, it's cool because I do have a meet coming in between, and then we got some more topics on the back end because I did know that you were short on time tonight. So if you want to speak on it before we get to the meet.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Anybody else just want to speak? One more person?
You see how that played out, JR?
Why she want to speak?
You know why she don't want to speak.
Hold up, wait, fuck that.
It just proved my point. It literally proved my point right there. We don't have to say nothing else. We good.
We're not. I have a professional job. This doesn't pay my bills, so I am going to be mindful of what I say. That's it.
That's right, honey. You got to
look. And right after she said that, Kayla say, "That's right, honey. This is what our society is."
Are you going to send her money?
Bro, it is literally playing out in front of our face. Are you going to send her
money?
It is literally playing out in front of our face.
No
this
answer.
Is exactly the blueprint of how it happens.
No answer.
Real talk. This is how it happens. This is the blueprint.
I have to be honest. This doesn't, when you say big picture, little picture, this is a little picture to me because it doesn't impact my household at all. Just like you run your household, my husband is the lead in my household, and we're in alignment with what that is going to look like for us and our family. So anything that is opposite of what we're training our children to be and to know is not going to have an impact on us.
Except for the fact that your kids got to go to school for 8 hours a day and they're not with you. Except for the fact that your kid got to turn. Do your kid, how old? I'm sorry, I don't want to ask how old your kid is.
My children are 22 and 27, so we're fine. My son is married. My daughter is in a relationship with a guy. So I mean, what happened?
What about your grandchildren? That don't matter.
Grandchildren are going to be raised under the same conditions in terms of what we promote in our family. We don't have the streets, we don't have the world, we don't have the television raising our kids. We raise our kids. We're
Can I ask you?
I'm not
Show
concerned.
you how it affects your family, right? Just say if you had a son that was in the military, and then they had somebody do a gender reassignment or whatever, they would not fall under the scale of a female, which is easier, but they would be a male. Your son would have to compete against a male that's in a female's mind, and then now therefore have the advantage. Also, with this equity bullshit, so it affects our family. We just don't know it yet until they come and say, you know what, I didn't get promoted.
Logic. The
Answer
thing
to
about it is that the very idea we missed it, right? The very idea that she's scared to say anything because she has a professional job means that society is going the exact way that they're choosing for it to go. She
It's
answered
not
it without
fair.
ever. Hold on. You answered it without even having to answer it. If we talk about any other subject, you're gonna be gung ho and willing to have a conversation. But the fact that you silent and you choose to be silent because, and you specifically said out of your mouth, because I have a professional job, means that you've already been submitted to this agenda that's been happening in society since the beginning of time.
Well, see, there's a difference because I think with any place that you're in, it's about decorum, right? So for me, what goes on in my personal life, I don't bring to my professional life and vice versa. So I can subscribe to certain things in my personal life that I believe and make sure that I'm having that influence on the people that matter. When I go to my job, that's what it is a job, and I'm going to be respectful and do what I do when I go to my work.
So I'm assuming that no other conversation. No, hold on, Bruiser. I'm assuming that every single conversation that you have after this, regardless of whether we talk about relationships or anything, will have nothing to do with your own personal thoughts and your own personal life, right?
Say that again. I'm not sure.
I'm assuming that every single conversation that we have after this, even outside of this whole alphabet community conversation, the entire thing is going to have nothing to do with how you personally feel and what you experience in your personal life, correct?
If I'm talking about it personally, yes, it is a personal.
So nothing. Okay, so I'm gonna hold you to that. We're gonna keep on moving.
I'm not sure if I understand what you're asking.
You are very smart.
You
very smart. You know exactly what I'm saying. You picking and choosing your battle because you know what's happening.
If you
I honestly don't. So you're saying, can you repeat that one more time and then I'll answer based on
I'm assuming because you specifically said that you're keeping it professional when you go to the job. So you're making sure that you're not having conversations on here about things that you need to be professional with on your job. Am I correct?
Yes.
So I'm assuming that you're going to maintain that professionalism and that you're not going to have any kind of personal conversation at all, even if it's outside of the alphabet community. You're going to have that same energy the whole way through the show, right?
No, I would say that it all depends on what that is, because based on based on our guidelines in terms of things that are appropriate or inappropriate, like as an educator, yes, I do have to be mindful of things that I do say, depending on what this topic of the subject is, not just professional, but even stuff related to my own private life. I won't share here because I have to respect what goes on in my household as well.
If you want to know who rules your society, just look at the people you can't critique. Voltaire.
Anton knows already that you can't say truth because then she'll get fired. She can't say a man is a man and a woman is a woman. She's gonna get fired, Anton. How dare you risk her job?
But you know what the beautiful part about my life is that I have no strings on me. So I'm gonna say what I want to say when I want to say it because nothing and no one controls me. Ever. I'd rather die before I submit to the agenda of other people telling me what I can and can't do. And then I wind up moving and then wind up supporting their narrative because they saying that they got power over me. The minute that I submit to another man telling me that he got power over me and what it is that I stand for and my moral compass, you might as well just take me off the earth, because I don't stand for anything. It means nothing. Everything that I believe in, from my spirituality to where I stand on as far as the head of my household, is dead. It's dead.
So women can be paid hush money for society to emasculate the man. That's safe to say, right?
Yes.
And they will be
Absolutely.
quiet.
Yes.
That could be a topic. Actually, that couldn't be a topic because they wouldn't be able to speak on it.
There you have it. If you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let's make sure we get the likes up. Also, make sure we subscribe to the channel. Let me put this in there. We're gonna go ahead and get to the meat a little early, but after the meat, we still got some more topics. But I know Mistaken gotta leave, and I say the meat because we know the ladies like the meat. The ladies like the meat.
Smoke weed every day.
Following up.
No, I see him, but we're gonna go ahead because she got to leave on the head, so I get them right after this. With that being said, you guys seen it on the thumbnail. Where is it? Is there an agenda to redefine the woman's role? Is there an agenda to redefine the woman's role? I had to seen a movie, A Woman's King, and that's what made me think about this topic. And I had a group chat with a couple of my guys, and it just be going, it just be pinging and pinging and pinging all day. And one of my guys in there said, and I'm pretty sure he went with his ladies, hey fellas, you need to check out That Woman's King. It was good. And so I had no idea. I had never seen the preview of this movie. I didn't know what it entailed. I thought the name was a little funny, A Woman's King. So I just went to go see it. And as I'm watching, I'm like, why would he say this shit? It kind of goes against every single thing that we've been talking about. And as the movie kept going, it kept getting stronger and stronger and stronger. It was building these women up to act as men. And apparently seemed to be a little bit of backstory. Anna girl, can you want to read this?
In the 1800s, a group of all-female warriors protects the African kingdom of Dahmer with skills and fierceness unlike anything the world has ever seen. Faced with a new threat, Jen Naniska trains the next generation of recruits to fight against a foreign enemy that determines to destroy their way of life.
Lies.
This is just what I Googled and I looked up. I'm not too familiar with what happened back then, but I am familiar with what I saw on screen. So I would like to go to Chaotic right after this to get a little bit of feedback, and then we're going to get Mistaken Thoughts after we just got all the context from try to see if we can get shed a little light on the situation. But I was quite disturbed by what I seen. It's like, what did I just witness? What did I just see? Like, wow. But go ahead, Chaotic.
Yes, thank you, sir. One of my many baccalaureate degrees is in African studies. I'm from the tree of Molefi Asante, one of the preeminent African scholars in the country. I am not like most individuals who have a African studies background. I totally dissect and really study the history and look at it from a multiplicity of different perspectives. The Woman King is 99% fictional. Obviously, it's for a movie or for a studio audience to watch it. That woman, played by Valerie Davis, whatever her name is,
Viola Davis.
Viola Davis. That character never existed in real life. The tribal group, the Dahomey were slave traders. The Dahomey worked in conjunction with the Portuguese. Then the British Empire pretty much banned the transatlantic slave trade. And that tribal group, they still were enslaving captured Africans from different tribes for selling. Because the Portuguese had not stopped the slave trade until 1899. So these individuals had already been at war with a multiplicity of other tribal groups in the area. Most of West Africa was always at war anyway, even before the white man got over there. That tribal group, those women were a last resort unit. They were slaughtered on multiple occasions. They were not these, Bruce Lee backflipping women. I didn't even see the movie, but I'm assuming the women in the movie probably had all types of martial arts skills, blah, 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 which they didn't. But those women were an accessory to the slave trade in terms of capturing Africans and forcing, or pretty much setting up a slave system and selling them to the European. I didn't see the movie, but I already can guess that there's some sort of romance involved with the king, and I guess she wants the king to stop the slave trade, which never happened. And I didn't even see the movie, but I'm almost assuming this is probably what was in the movie. That never happened. They're trying to romanticize these women, and these women were absolutely horrible women. And that tribal group was absolutely a horrific tribal group in Africa. And any self-respecting man or any self-respecting woman should not go see Amistad Part 2, which that movie really is. Another slave movie to keep you niggas thinking y'all were enslaved and blah, blah, blah. Don't go watch that movie, guys. I'm glad that it's doing horrible at the box office. We need to look towards the future. But to answer the actual, to get into the meat of the topic, yes, the role of women, they're changing. And there's no agenda other than women have been given rights by men. See, by nature, a woman is a Jezebel. Most women are Jezebels. That's why over in Iran right now, the women over, and me and Amir did a great video on this the other day. The women have been given so much power now and freedoms that they're reverting right back to their Jezebel nature. They're burning their hijabs now. They want to act like Western women. They want to essentially be whores. There's a reason why the ancient Arab and the ancient Persian had those women wearing headscarves. It was to protect their childlike minds. And that's the beauty of a civilization ran by responsible men. Any civilization where the women are naked, look at the infrastructure. Look at the civilization. That's all you have to do. The more clothed a civilization is, the better. Look at what's going on with America now. Look at the unclothing of women. Look at the masculine behavior of women. Look at all this feminist nonsense that women are allowed to do now, because there's no more great wars. Women can work with men now. They can work in the workplace. So now women are able to think now. But see, the problem is that they think they're trying to be like men, and they don't have the brain power or the responsibility to take on that actual task. No offense, mistaken. If you lived in Nazi Germany, you would have taken part in those atrocities because you were being taken care of by the government. A person like Anton, a person like myself, we would have been a rebellious type of men. Are rebellious, and we have the strength to be rebellious. You don't. That's why you are afraid to say certain things. So you're worried about your job, and that's okay. That's okay, because if shit were to hit the fan, you really wouldn't know how to take care of yourself. You live in a society that has been built for you. The skyscrapers, the roads, the cars. There's no foreign invaders. So you're living high off the hog now. But when those things fail, all of this misgendering and men and women wanting to be men and wanting to be boss bitches, all that goes away miraculously. There were no women volunteering and trying to be masculine and butch and dykes, picking up arms to go on those beaches in Normandy during World War II. Ironic, right? No women wanted to do that. It wasn't that they couldn't do it. They didn't want to. No women wanted to go to Vietnam. Let this shit really hit the fan. All of this, oh, I'm strong, I'm an independent, I'm a queen of Africa, blah, 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 goes out the window. And you guys are being lied to by these movies, like The Woman King. These women were not these strong warriors as depicted by Viola Davis. What 5'3" woman can do 25 backflips, beat up 20 men, and what are you talking about? Whoever made this movie, you're lying to these women, and these women are like these little girls now are believing this nonsense. They're believing it, and now that's why you see a lot of them stepping to the men, thinking they're men, etc. And all it's going to take is for a group of men to start ragdolling you. That's what's going to happen eventually. The same thing with the LGBTQ community. All it's going to take is for a group of heterosexual men to start ragdolling people, and then the tables will turn back to normalcy. Sorry, guys, I blacked out. Go ahead, guys. You got the floor.
Hold on, we're going to go to Mistaken. I see you angry man, but Mistaken got to leave at the top of the hour. So
go ahead, Mistaken.
Go ahead, Mistaken.
Just one part with Chaotic saying that, women can't think or whatever. I think that goes, since he personally said to me, so I guess that would be a reflection on your leadership as a man because, pause. And the reason I say that is because that would show a lack of leadership, because the power and strength of a good man will teach their woman to take care of certain things. They will train them in certain ways so that when they are not here, that the woman can take over and make sure that she manages outside of his presence. So for my husband, what I would say that he has done, he has taught me certain things. Like, can I protect myself at the same level that he would be able to protect me? No, because of course I don't have the physical strength that he has. But he gives me a workaround. He's taken me to the gun range. He's purchased the gun for me. He showed me how to use it. So when I'm not in his presence and I'm put in a situation where I have to fend for myself, I can. He gardens. He shows me the different vegetables and plants and stuff, what's edible. He grows stuff, and he has me outside looking at those things and showing me those things. He kills animals. He skins them. He's shown me those things. So in terms of that, that's what leadership is. He's going to make sure that I'm all right, whether he's there or not. So if you feel like that, that's a lack on your leadership. And I can't speak for your household and how you take care of your woman or allow your woman to thrive in an environment. You create the environment, a woman will grow. But if it makes you feel like a man to not have your woman behave at that level or act in that level, that's on you. I can't speak for your household. That works for you. That's not what happens over here in this household. But to speak to the meat, I just think, I do think that there is an agenda to some degree. It's also, I think, too, a little bit of, I don't necessarily know if it's a redefinement or a realignment of, gender roles. And the reason I say a realignment is because the truth of the matter is that society has changed. And one thing that is for certain is that change is going to occur. So when change occurs, you got to look at, do we try to hold on to traditional things that may not necessarily fit in a modern society, or do we adapt and try to redefine what those things are going to look like? So I do believe that, of course, gender roles initially existed to divide the work that needed to be done to support families, right? And society, at large. And so you leverage like those natural skills, like women being nurturers and, men being, providers. But in our society now, it is very difficult for men to provide for a household independently in terms of financially. So most American, well, I can't even say most, well, I'm gonna speak in America because I can only speak for Americans because I'm in America. Most American households need a 2-person income, right? And so just because I'm in the workforce doesn't necessarily mean that I am taking a masculine role or trying to be the man or the head of my home because I assist with contributing to the household. It's just a matter of, I still think those roles exist. I believe that a man cultivates and a woman nurtures. And what I mean by that is when you, as a man cultivating, I think it's a level of him planting the seeds, and then creating the conditions and environment for things to thrive. And as a woman, I will nurture that environment, and that would be those things that I would add to it. So my role hasn't necessarily changed, neither has his. It's just a different redefinement of those roles because there's certain things that I have to contribute for our household to run the way that we want it to.
Mistaken, what are you talking about? I don't know what you.
I know what you're talking about.
Like
I heard everything you said.
I heard
Mistaken.
everything you said, but mistaken. Here goes the thing. Mistaken. Here goes the thing. Okay. And this is no disrespect towards you. You know, I've talked to you before. I think you're a wonderful person. I think you're highly intelligent.
You don't gotta say it. Just get to
Mistaken.
Can he talk?
God made your hands nice and sweet and small and beautiful and tender to make casserole, to tend to your children or your grandchildren. The good Lord didn't make your hands to be in a boardroom and competing with men and saying, honey, I'm going to help pay for the mortgage. Your husband should have done all that. No, and I'm not disrespecting you and your family. You know, I'm not. But you're not supposed to be outside the house. You're supposed to be with your grandchildren, your great grandchildren. You're supposed to manage your family. That's by God's own ordination. Listen, this man-made. Listen, you think men like going to work? You think men like? No, we have to do it. We have to do it. And I'm not disagreeing with you, Mistaken. You could be right and I could be wrong. But the way that I view it as this. You as a man, you got to make enough money where you could just take care of your family. I would never want my wife to be out in the workforce around other men. 200 men in the workforce in a building. 200 men have all types of thoughts, ideas. They can talk to your wife. No man really wants that. No man wants you sitting up somewhere pushing papers and acquiescing to another man. No, you're supposed to serve your beautiful children.
I have, and that's what I'm trying to say. My hands are built for those things, and I do those things as well. I do it. I do it well. That's what multitasking is.
Okay, but you shouldn't have to multitask. The only task you should be doing is putting the dirty plates in the dishwasher. That's and I know it makes sound like I'm trolling, and I'm not, but it's beauty in that.
No, I believe that you believe it.
It's beauty in you wearing a smock. Go ahead.
Well, that's one of the things that you said you believe.
Yes.
So it's okay, and I can respect that. But what my belief is in our household and what works for our household works for our household.
Yeah.
So your opinion is respectfully your opinion.
Yes.
It wouldn't impact my household. And it appears that what we do in our household works because we're 19 years in. We're not 19 years in being married. We're 19 years in being happily married. And there's a difference. And so as those roles have redefined and readjusted, as our needs have changed and our wants have changed, and I think that's what happens when you are in relation with other people.
Is we still talk about the woman?
And I'll say mistaken though. You said you're
Wait,
an educator.
Angry Man has been waiting. Let Angry Man go. You don't have to raise your hand, Angry Man.
That's all I was saying. You being an educator is a very important role in our community. So I appreciate your job in educating our youth.
Thank you, Kayla.
Oh, okay. First of all, when women start talking about everything that you can do and all your empowerment, it only exists in a society that men have facilitated you to be able to do all of that. Okay, if men do not structure the society for you to trumpet everything you can do, you can't do it. It doesn't exist. So what Chaotic was saying was 100% true, even if you find it offensive the way he said it, it's 100% true. We're not redefining any roles, okay? Societies go through cycles. We're on the decline in this. We're
I'm
on.
sorry. I gotta go. I got a curfew at 11. So we're at 11:01.
I hear that.
Thank you guys for having me. Next week, I'm off. We have fall break. So, if you would have me back, I'll be willing to come back. Thank you.
It was good seeing you.
Did you mistake it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Here's the thing.
Go ahead, Uncle Man.
Here's the thing. There's always this conversation that comes up to try to diminish what men have created, or to try to diminish the way things are, okay? The way things have always been. There's an old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're not redefining anything. What we're doing is we're trying to give a new definition to things that have already existed. Every society, every civilization has a cycle. We're just going through our cycle, but we're on the decline. And part of the reason we're on the decline is because of a lot of that shit she just got through saying, okay? Societies always go through this type of cycle. All right. So whenever men allow women to get to the point to where they're running around saying, oh, it should be this way and it should be that way, that's when we start seeing everything decline. Okay, like we're watching right now, we're witnessing right now. What Chaotic was saying was 100% true. But to get back to the point of the woman king, the entire purpose of that title, one, is to emasculate men. That's number one. And it's egregious just off of the fact that they're marketing this movie to Black people, which is the equivalent of marketing Nazis being heroes to Jewish people. It's ridiculous. The Dahomey, that particular kingdom, which is present-day Benin, right, not only engaged in selling slaves, but they own slaves as well. Now, if you look at the Dahomey Amazons, they were only warriors because the Dahomey had sustained so many casualties fighting all these wars with neighboring tribes. So they had to start enlisting women. And that particular group, that particular force was not effective. They went up against the French and lost huge numbers. The French only lost 6 soldiers. Okay. This thing with the Dahomey, which is really, when you really think about it, it's really egregious, because there's a very strong possibility that the majority of us, our forebearers, were probably sold by them. Okay. They went around warring with neighboring tribes, and whatever tribes they defeated, they enslaved them. Some of them they sold into slavery, some of them they kept as their own slaves, and sometimes they would practice human sacrifice for their king's celebration. One particular incident, they actually sacrificed 6,000 people. So this was a very bloody, very destructive kingdom in Africa. So for them to take that story, when there's so many stories in Africa they could have made movies about, for them to take that story and then spin it as if they were fighting against slavery when the majority of their wealth came from slavery is disgusting. Even after the British decided to outlaw slavery, they had to put a freaking Navy blockade to stop the Dahomey from actually continuing in slave trade, where they continued to try to contact Portugal and these neighboring nations because they wanted to continue engaging in the slave trade. And it's really insulting because most Black people, they don't take the time to review history and look at what really happened. You even have some Black people coming out saying that it was a lie that white people told. It's not a lie that white people told, when you had West Africans actually coming out last year, I think, and making a formal apology admitting that, black people were actually sold by West Africans. So there's definitely an agenda, because they're trying to use this movie to yet again emasculate black men and prop up black women as being above black men. So it's disgusting, in my opinion.
Thank you so much, Angry Man.
I'm gonna say my piece. I'm gonna add to it. Angry Man kind of hit on it, but I'm gonna go ahead and come in with the knife in it. I didn't watch it because the name alone is insane. The name alone is the woman king, right? What is king by definition?
Man.
A male ruler. What is a queen by definition? A female ruler. So why the fuck would they make a movie called The Woman King? See, that's why I ain't watch it. I'm not giving them fuckers my money. It's no such thing. It's impossible.
Blackout, man.
And that particular kingdom never had a ruler.
Let me clean up. Cause what if we start saying the mom dad? Is that possible? Or any stupid shit that they can come up with, right? And they really doing this to shit on the black male image. Show me one white, Asian, any other race, Middle Eastern movie that they can pick a woman as a king.
Mulan.
I don't even know what the fuck that is. A cartoon?
It's a cartoon. Yeah, but it's
they don't do it. You know why? Because they understand it's disrespectful to your man. That Viola Davis, that bitch a terrorist. She's a motherfucking terrorist. And then now, and I be the only one that keep it funky. Angry Man too, you know what I'm saying? Chaotic, but you know what? Mr. Logic, what is a terrorist? There you go. She's actually a mercenary. A unprofessional black woman hired by the U.S. government to serve in a position against black men and kids. This motherfucker is a mercenary. And if we don't call it out, it's gonna get worse. Because if you haven't looked at that other chick, and I don't mean to change the subject, I want to put this out, that ESPN analyst, they're getting bolder. They're getting bolder by the day. And as we sit back, as right now in 2022 in America, the weaker vessel, we don't want to call it out. We don't want to say it's fucked up. We don't want to say, no, I'm against LGBTQAG. I'm against this. We're scared. My job is high profile. And guess what? I don't give a fuck. Because what we going to do? We going to tell our kids we were silent while we watch fucking the world turn over? Women can do that. That's not an excuse for a man. That's not an excuse for a man. I don't blame none of these women. Mistake it, yeah. Too hot for you. You ain't ready for the truth. And you don't give a fuck about your community enough to tell the truth. So guess what? Yeah. Do a Woman King Part 2. Because guess what? If niggas don't speak up about it, they're going to keep getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. The level of disrespect. That's why and these women, Charlie Brown school teacher, when Miss Taker was talking, I was just hearing this bullshit. Womp, 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 womp. Womp, 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 womp. And they mad at me. And I think Miss Taker a good lady. But you see when it come up to protecting the race, you see what they'll do? They will fucking fold under pressure. I'm done.
All right. Kayla. can speak on this. Is there an agenda to redefine the woman's role?
Um. So as far as the movie, I haven't seen the movie. I honestly haven't had any interest in seeing the movie. Um, is there an agenda? I do think that there's an agenda. I think there are many agendas. But I do think that that is a part of the agenda against the entire community in general. Um, yeah, I do think there's an agenda.
What's the
What do you think
agenda?
the agenda
The
is?
agenda is
Is there an agenda to redefine women's roles? Yes, there is an agenda to redefine the woman's role.
And what are they redefining the role as?
I mean, the roles obviously have changed in terms of like two income household. That's definitely, different. Um, but whose fault is that, right? Our grandparents could buy a house for like $500. Well, exaggeration, but like just with the way that the country is, women's roles have just adjusted over the years in terms of them, joining the workforce. Um, but in terms of recently, with this whole non-binary thing, I mean, basically anyone can, I mean, being a woman has become like a caricature in a way. So people feel like that being a woman is certain roles versus the essence of actually being a woman. That if you do certain roles or wear certain things, that you're all of a sudden a woman. And that's not womanhood. And so when there is a idea that you can be that by just doing certain things or wearing certain things, and that's redefining the actual, role of the gender versus what we're seeing today.
Okay. Amir, what are your thoughts?
I think it's women being envious of the male appendage. I think it's women being envious of what men have in their pants. Because what is the highest role a man can achieve other than God? It's king. What is the highest role a woman can achieve? It's queen. You cannot be a king. You just can't. So, and I mean, unfortunately, if everyone says that race is in everything, it is unfortunate that the black race is portrayed this way, as it's like the women are the warriors for the men. So it's sad.
Okay.
I would say as agenda, similar to what Amira said. I mean, I think it's a lot of stories they could have took out of African history, but specifically taking this one had to be to push a certain narrative to try to balance out power between women and men. And I want to say specifically black people, but then again, I don't, because I think that women as a whole are marching together. It's not just black women, it's white women, Spanish women, all women are trying to be on an equal playing field with men. And it's affecting population. And this could be, the agenda could be population control. If we want to look at it from a racial standpoint. Emasculating a black man, you know what I'm saying? Pushing men out of the door, to black women coming together and saying they don't need men, stuff like that. So I would say, yeah, it's an agenda. An agenda is to try to balance out the power.
I personally think it's because black men in this country are now enjoying the most freedom that black men have ever had. And I think black men are finally saying, look, we are supposed to be in charge of our communities. We're supposed to be in charge of our tribe, in charge of our family. And I think the agenda is to either slow that down or put a stop to it completely. You understand? Because as long as, you go back in the day, there was no problem with black men being the head of their household when they had these low paying jobs and were not in a position of economic opportunity. But now that you see black men in a position to where they can rise, they can get into a place where there's no ceiling on what they're capable of doing. Now that you're starting to see black billionaires and numerous black millionaires, I think it's an agenda to try to disrupt the social dynamic between the husband and wife, or men and women. Look at how difficult it is now for Black people to maintain a regular relationship.
Yeah, the reason why I say it's just across the board from all races, not just Black, because I mean, I can't even watch Marvel Comics movies now because like every character lead role is now transitioned into a woman superhero now.
Yeah, it is across the board. The only difference is white guys, they're fighting against what they feel is being taken from them. Black men are fighting for something that we never truly had across the board. There's a difference.
So what do we not truly have?
A Black patriarch in this country.
Yeah, so you want to speak on this? Is there an agenda to redefine? No, you don't think so?
Nope. I just don't understand why. From a financial perspective, I don't understand why they would put out a movie that's clearly going to fail. I don't understand that. Like, if I'm a person that's making a movie, why would I green light movies and put a big budget behind something that don't even have? And I haven't seen the movie, so I'm just guessing. But don't even really have white people in it. That you don't. I mean, does that make sense to y'all?
That's the majority of the that's the majority of the country. Like, you only got what, 14% Black people?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why would you alienate your customers?
So you think Little Mermaid?
Didn't Black Panther do good?
Yeah, but Black Panther had a bunch of white people in it too.
So you think?
And it's also part of Marvel. It's part of the Marvel
universe.
universe.
It's part of a. See, the thing about Marvel and how they do things is that every story is interconnected. So you got to kind of watch them all in order to understand what's going on in the others, right? So Black Panther was already a legend just from the comic book. So, you know, it already had a foundation. I don't understand why they would put this movie out. Why would you alienate? You know, if I'm a white person, why would I go and see the Woman King? You know what I'm saying? Like, that makes no sense.
But Anton, even if they did put white people in it, it still wasn't going to do well because
no. Why would I even have a movie that's 100% geared towards Black people?
Still, even if you put white people in it, the majority of the population is sick of the Mary Sue premise. They're sick and tired of the female hero premise. The reason
I know I agree with that too. Like, I believe in ticking all the boxes. Like, why would you gear a movie towards women? And then not only did they do it towards women, they did it towards Black women specifically.
Yeah,
it's like,
just to clarify though, online it says that they opened $19 million in the first 10 days. So I'm not.
That's not good.
Judging the numbers.
That's very bad.
That's bad.
That's bad. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
I didn't see the movie,
bad.
but I saw the trailer and they had white men in there.
I have no idea. I don't know how the movie performed, but
can I say this real quick? Anton is absolutely right. He's 200,000% right. It's just like the WNBA. Women don't watch the WNBA. Women don't support the WNBA. Amir, Kayla, and Q couldn't name 2 WNBA players to save their lives right now. And women certainly aren't about to go watch a movie about some masculine women fighting with some swords. They ain't doing it.
Chaotic, you're wrong, because me and my Patreon members, we're gonna go to a WNBA game. We're gonna buy the whole front row out.
It's probably like $10 a seat.
$20 a ticket.
Like $730.
Yeah.
Right?
I used to.
We're gonna buy the whole front row out for $730, and we just gonna troll the whole game. We gonna troll the whole game, bro.
Yeah, but Anton, you're absolutely right.
Hold on, wait. This is important. Hey, can I call? When it is.
Absolutely. We got to figure out a date.
Yeah, I'm gonna destroy them. I'll be boo.
But it's only gonna cost us like $730 for the whole front row. So
boo. Wait, hold up. You got some hair in your teeth, ma'am.
I'm looking up like the director and the writer. They're all white.
Boo!
Did y'all
Yeah,
know that?
so-
Like the director, the writer, they're all the people that wrote.
Yeah, the white woman who wrote it, she actually traveled.
Yeah.
She traveled there and heard the story, and she did a movie about it. But again, black women and most women don't want to watch this movie because women really want to see romance movies. And I agree with Anton. Why would they make this?
Men.
Hey, did y'all know that? Did y'all know that
Wait a
Lapita
minute, a
turned?
black woman didn't write this?
Did y'all know that Lapita turned it down? Lapita
Why?
was.
I didn't know that Lapita turned it down. Absolutely, no, I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
she was supposed to be the lead role, but then she went over and did some research on it, and some of the Africans told stories about their forebearers that were slaves and by Dahomey, and she turned it down. She didn't want to take it.
Well,
I mean, if you want to listen, if you want to make a smart financial decision, unless they just giving out money, then I would turn it down just because it's like, yo, you're trying to ruin my career. Why would y'all do that?
When are we going to have a man, the male equivalent? When are we going to have the man queen?
We support the male type of shows. We like. Well, I don't want to see. I don't want to see the black one either. I want to see the Troys. I want to see the Gladiators. I want to see.
Women.
I want to see movies like that. I don't want to just like.
Amir made a good point. If they come out with the man or the male queen, what, she gonna be pregnant, get knocked up out there on the block sucking dick?
Oh, it's gonna be a
with
trend.
a hair full of weave, her lashes falling out. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know though, Anton.
Let me finish. Hey, let me cook for a minute now. What's she gonna do? She gonna take over the goddamn. She gonna go to India and try to cut all them bitches' hair off. You know what I'm saying? For her own personal collection. She gonna what? What in the fuck would that movie look like?
Hey, Anton.
Probably already have
I don't know, bro. I think if they did a Shaka Zulu joint, people would watch it.
Yeah, but Shaka Zulu, like,
wanna
it is
make-
a history behind that one too. You know what I'm saying? Like, they already kind of have, like, we all kind of familiar with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, we don't have to do no research to, like, the name Shaka Zulu. They kind of ring bells that kind of resonate already. You know what I'm
You
saying?
mean like a joint? You mean like a joint that somebody would create? Like,
Yeah, just from scratch.
Okay.
All right,
But I'm curious to know what did the women do when what did the men do when the women was going to war in this movie? Did the men stay at home, wash dishes, and wash clothes?
Cooking and cleaning. They had their hands.
No, a lot
wrapped.
of the men were killed off. The reason why they
Crying.
had this unit is because a lot of the men were killed in war with
No,
different
so they
tribal
should have been
groups.
taken. They should have been taken as concubines, and that's what happens. Like, the spoils of war are the women.
Yep.
They were the Dahomey were concubines. They were the king's concubines as well.
Yep.
But
That's
nobody,
just-
why
that's what
nobody
I mean.
answered Amir's question? What would the man king queen look like? That's a good question.
Trans. We already.
Drag queen.
Yeah. 8 months pregnant. What? I mean, what? I mean, one thing they'll take off to the Indians. They'll be scapping motherfuckers.
You know what?
Help off you.
I loved Dallas. I just got back from Dallas. It was my first time in Dallas. But it was just one thing that was just jarring, and it just kind of ruined my thing, dog. We seen a homeless dude in the 7-Eleven, but he had titties, and I couldn't figure that out for the life of me. What does that mean? Like, how did the homeless guy? He was a homeless white guy with a buzz cut. He was a real guy, but he had titties. I couldn't figure that out. I was just like, yo, how did he get titties?
Maybe it was his moneymaker.
He was homeless though, Amir.
Maybe he wasn't homeless prior. Oh, sorry.
Maybe, I don't know.
It was a lifestyle choice that was wrong. That's what that was.
Got to go ahead and move on. You guys just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Make sure you get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We do have some super chats, and we had a glitch on the panel, so some super chats may get missed. It's our apologies. Seem to be back working right now. So let's go ahead and try to comb through this. Ready, Kayla?
Okay. eBlack TV, $10. This panel's fire. JR, good luck. Rebellious videos, $2. Okay, Logic. Eyes for the whole panel.
Oh, shout out to Brittany. Brittany is in the building. She said, "We got Angry Man in the building with a birthday present, and happy birthday to Brittany." Can we get a happy birthday, Brittany, in the chat?
Okay. Oh, is
She said, yeah, it's Brittany's birthday. She said, "Salute to the panel, salute to the chat. Chat ninjas assemble. Love you, Angry Man. Love you, JR, Anton, and Logic. Hey, Ugly Girl Q. LOL, happy birthday to me." So shout out to my baby girl.
Show Brittany Beast.
Brittany, that's my
Brittany.
girl.
Yeah, she's super dope.
Super dope.
She is.
Congo English $5. Concur chaotic grown men vernacular. Ricky Williams, what up, Rick? $5. I've been telling y'all it's not even about y'all. They coming for the kids.
Yes.
0.5. Welcome, new member. How you doing? Spencer Campbell, $5. Please stop. You know, Kay made up that number to derail the conversation. I actually didn't. Go back and watch our show. MMN, and my name's Kayla. So glad to finally catch the live show. Salute to the panel, and thanks for the content. Big picture. Ali, $5. If Kayla's gonna say all the blame is on the person for not knowing, then it's a woman's fault. A man cheated. She would have known her man better. I didn't say that, but you can do you, boo.
God damn, boy.
Trucker Yale, $5. Kayla, just say your husband is trans. I'm saying how you know for 2 years your man was down low.
Ooh,
Yikes.
that's a good point.
That's not affiliated with me. Quentin, $2. Hook 'em horns. Bama sucks.
That's a fact.
Matthew Washington, $5. Hey Amira, back on Thursday. Y'all got chaotic. Love it. Anton speaking facts. Congo English again, $10. Anton, amen, damn.
Amen.
Uncle Luke, 1980s, $5. If anyone on the panel is familiar with the Sapphire Black women caricature, that can be used to explain a lot of these issues. Rebellious Videos, again, $2. Is this a preview of She Critique versus Fight Club?
Nah, I'm on Fight Club side now.
Shout out to Spencer Campbell in the building. He says, shout out to Anton Logic last week. The woman put on the ride or die uniform for Transformers, not for the minute they want. Logic is right. We want to give a shout out to everybody. Now, we love all of the super chats, but I just have a special affinity in my heart for the people that's hitting us with the 50 balls and above. So I'm just going to personally acknowledge y'all. Salute to Spencer Campbell. Salute to Brittany. Salute to Lucky. Salute to everybody that support the platform. We rock with y'all.
Autobots transform. Decepticons.
Example of how someone's own morals can be taken away by your job or your career. Hennessy and
Sorry about that, Amir.
$5.
You gotta turn it down a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
I just read that one, yeah. Answar, the commander. Anton cooked the women so bad they quiet.
Oh, is that Cobra Commander?
That's Cobra Commander.
Cobra Commander. Oh my God.
MC Heavy Tits, $5. I love the meat. Meat. Emoji. Jada Legend, Sports Media, $5. My man Anton dropping knowledge on this non-binary goofiness, and I like how Amira clap. LOL.
Amen.
The average bro, $5. Why do grandmas think they have creative control of raising the grandkids? I'm not sure. Reaper Rels, 9876, $5. Black women will have black fathers and brothers, husbands, but speak on black men as they please, but be quiet on trans and trans deceit because of a salary sad. The commander, again, $2. We making up history now. The woman king is a lie.
That is Cobra Commander.
We Unlock Nation, $5. Love you, Kayla.
Civ ass nigga.
Oh man, I can't believe we got hit with another 100 ball. Shout out to Ash, who's also a member. He says Obsidian show last week featured Miss Golden She Eagle. Is Hope Giselle a threat to black women? According to report, and Hope Giselle is the chick that was debating with Cynthia G and Dr. Umar Johnson on Fox Soul. Says, according to reports, Black women are more sympathetic to the LGBTQ community and likely know or hang out with trans women. Facts. This Black woman may not tell you she really is a he. Shout out to Ash. We appreciate you. We salute you, big dog. We like that American flag behind you. Man, I got to give love to everybody.
Uniform?
He was in uniform, bro.
Your services.
Thank you, my nigga.
Appreciate that big dog.
Thank you. Welcome to the YouTube member.
She look good.
Congo English mistaken. This is not Friday. It is Thursday. You're dealing with grown man spiritually.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
You know the funny angry man. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oscar Hun, $2 mistaken with the cop out.
Hold up.
She has.
Can we say something about see? Last time y'all talk about the man being ran off, right? Now is you gonna make a video about mistaken being ran off? Is you gonna make a clip and talk about mistaken?
No. Listen.
Yeah, hey, look, it's fair.
I might break this down tomorrow. We'll see what happens.
All right, good. That's only fair.
I thought the first time she came on the show, she said she had a time to be off. So.
All right, we ain't talk about all that. Whatever, she ran off.
I'm just gonna break down the show
at the
itself.
time that she said she was going to leave when the show started. The free thinker, $10. Shout out to Logic, Chaotic, and Anton keeping it funky.
Big facts.
Mr. Ali Jabril, I guess, $10. Welcome. Became a member. Shout out to you. Smooth, $2. I don't know who the fuck that is, Mr. Logic.
That's a terrorist.
Jay Taylor, $5. Man Queen was made with Vine Rames. It's called Holiday Heart.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Holiday Heart. Whatever that is. Hennessy and Hip Hop again, $5. Man, the only solution is to get your passport and run away from women like me to a world that will buy a cat. I don't know. And something alone. I'm not sure.
All right, might be it for. We got some in the back. I mean, I'll jumble together.
That's the same ones, yeah.
Same ones, okay. All right. Appreciate all the super chats, man. Thanks for everybody that donated 49 and above. That time stated, you guys will be getting a special shout out. So salute to you guys, Green Gang. I see you. I think we still members on in the chat. So shout out to all my Green Gang members. You know, so we got to show you guys some love in the chat and make sure you guys get priority every now and then. With that being said, let's go ahead and move on to our next topic. I was listening to a podcast and this came up. It says, if a woman drains her man every day, he won't cheat due to not having the energy to do so. You guys think that's a true statement?
Nope.
Should the woman be draining the man?
What?
Nope.
Wow.
Okay, so the man has spoken. The man, I guess Anton said he does need to be drained every day. Bruiser, true statement, chaotic, logic.
No comment on that one.
No, I don't know. I think if she drain him every day, the potential. Okay, hold up. Yeah. The potential is lower. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I'm saying, playing a. Hey, if he get drained every day, I'm gonna keep it funky. Look. Man make better decision with empty balls.
What was that?
Yeah, that's Bruce with that cheap ass mic. Men make better decision with empty balls. If you don't believe me, try jacking off before you go on a date. Try jacking off before you go meet up with a chick. See how much power you have. So, yes, it is power in empty nut sacks. When I got older, I'm telling you, when I got older, I started jacking off before dates. And a lot of times I stopped fucking, I didn't go.
You gotta make sure you wash your hands too, Logic. Before you go out.
You know what I'm saying? I did. You know what I'm saying? I like how the girl cute her ass feet. But no, I'm telling you, gentlemen, try. Don't listen. I be giving y'all too much goddamn game. I'm finna goddamn get like a sub, a game part on Anton Patreon for y'all niggas. Next time you goddamn meet a chick and y'all going out, try jacking off.
But how does that equate to cheating, though, Logic?
Well, I'm telling you, it plays in the whole thing. If a man nut sex is empty,
No, I don't, man.
no. Bruce, stop all the crazy shit you've been saying. All
We
goddamn.
constantly,
Give me your ass. Hold on, let me finish, nigga.
man, there's some crazy shit you just said, man.
How the fuck is it crazy?
It's not.
I'm telling you.
It's not.
It's crazy.
No,
It's crazy.
We say this, right? What they call that shit? What Trill call it? Post-nut clarity, right?
Yeah. So you got post-nut clarity, but I know niggas that cheat for sport.
No, but listen what I'm saying, though.
I know dudes that be racking up these hoes for sport, bro.
I said it will not eliminate it, but it will decrease the odds. And I'm telling you, empty them nut sacks, you'll start looking and say, damn, why am I even fucking with this bitch? Because you fucking her with the pretense that you wanted to get some pussy.
Nope.
All right.
No.
All right, I'm telling you.
No, because man, this beating me shit, man. Whenever you get some pussy in front of you, I hope I ain't saying the wrong thing on your show. You get some pussy in front of you, it's a different energy it brings out of you, man. Whenever you got the real thing versus whacking your shit off. So yeah, you can still go and smash. You might not nut as fast. It may take you a little longer. You might have to grind it out a little bit longer, but it ain't gonna stop you from cheating.
Yeah, you missed the point, bro. The point is, have you ever bust down a chick, right? And then as soon as you got your nut, you trying to goddamn exit left.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Logic. Have you ever bust down two chicks in the same day?
Hell yeah.
Ew.
That's my point. Why?
No,
you just made his point.
But it's different though. Look. It's different though. Cause see, it's a build-up period.
Yeah, that's true.
Y'all niggas acting like I'm talking crazy. See, that's why I can't deal with your YouTube niggas. It is a bill. Look,
You proving our point. You literally proving our point.
No, I'm not. It's a build-up period. It's like a good 4 hours before it gonna hit again. You know what I'm saying? And then, like, trust me, if a woman empty nigga nut sack all the time, it would decrease the chance of him cheating. Just the same way, if she's not giving him no pussy, she now increased the chance of him cheating. And I'm an expert on this shit. This is my field. We're not talking about marriage. This is my field of expertise.
How is we not talking about marriage and we talk about cheating? Cheating is literally with regard to marriage. I don't even believe that you cheating if you're not married.
Oh, facts. You must have heard me today. I said that today. I agree.
No, I say that all the time. I say either you're single or you're married.
So you don't
say that all the time.
The Celtics coach, he cheated?
You said say that one more time?
The Boston Celtics coach, do you consider what he did cheating?
No.
Is it? Oh, my nigga, answer. Nigga, I'm finna join the Patreon, man.
No.
What?
No, I don't consider him cheating.
He didn't belong to nobody.
He wasn't married to her.
He wasn't married.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can't
And
play
she didn't want to
married.
marry him.
What is stopping him? What was stopping him from walking away the entire time with no repercussions? No, that's not cheating.
Topic. I hope we talk about that tonight, JR.
Nothing at all.
That's like you being bro. That's like you going in and you being a contractor at a particular job, but you don't have no paperwork to say that you ain't got a non. It's like you going in and you doing a contract job. You don't got no paperwork to say that you ain't got a non-compete agreement, that you can't work for a similar company. That's not cheating. You're not an employee and you don't have a non-compete clause or the paperwork to say that you can't work at different companies. That's not cheating.
Oh, but JR said you're gonna tie that in later on.
No. What I was saying is that this situation can transition into that. Use it as an example.
Oh, well, shit. Go ahead, because I got next.
All right. For this one in particular, Angry Man, you want to speak on this?
Nah, I think I'm going to stand with Logic on this.
Okay.
Y'all are nuts. Y'all are crazy.
All right. We can go ahead and transition to the Celtics coach. And we can go ahead and talk about that for a hot second. I wasn't going to bring it up. I thought it was all tied out, but since y'all brought it up, let's do it. Let's put all of them.
Oh,
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm with Anton. I think all them dudes are fucking suckers. They're suckers because they sit here throwing this man under the bus for shit that they do. This 2022, men and women cheat. And my whole thing about this is like, why the fuck did the Celtics organization not punish the lady if they saying both of them conducted sexual misconduct? So that means both of them is employees of the organization. That means both of them violate the policies. Why did they not punish her too? And they came out their mouth and said, "Oh, we're not punishing none of the women that's involved." So now you got a double standard. Why, if it's so important of actual sexual misconduct, why is his name get dropped and hers didn't? And now if women want equality and all that bullshit, then guess what? Now the internet dragging every goddamn woman in the Celtics organization to protect one. Fuck that shit. And
I thought it was multiple women. It was
like two, I think.
I thought it was like two
We don't
women.
know. That's the thing. We don't know because they're not saying. Because they're trying to protect her. Why? Both of them fucked. It was consensual. It wasn't rape. It was consensual sex. So that means violations. So why did only one get put out?
I think they trying to push him out or something. I talked about this. I'm like, that don't make no sense. Like, something's going on probably behind doors, and they trying to push him out.
No, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. He buzzed down somebody else's wife. If I'm a dude in any kind of position of power, why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't they?
Both of the women were married.
Yeah, but the women are messing with someone
They don't see because we don't know because it was not put out.
Yeah,
it was put out. Well,
You know, like I heard, it's not about what he did. I guess it's about who he did it with.
Exactly what I said.
You know, like I heard, it's not about what he did. I guess it's about who he did it with. Is really gonna kind of flip the game upside down when it comes to this instance. Because like I said, this is not something that's only the NBA. It happens in the workplace all around.
Nia Long started to trend. Does he want to tell his woman and the mother of his child, who he's in a serious relationship with, that he's been messing with other women?
I mean, as messy as all my relationships have been publicly, I'm not going to touch this shit. Like the family side, I'm going to leave alone because I have my own fucking train wreck of personal family shit out there. But, if everything comes out, he'll be lucky if he coaches in the NBA again, to be honest with you.
Oh, you think it's that bad?
I think it's pretty, I think it's pretty heavy, man. It's just some stuff you can't do. You know what I mean? Because some stuff you can't do. So it's just like, again, not judging, to each his own. I've made plenty of mistakes.
Barnes ain't got no room to talk. But if they're gonna push him out, they should put the women out. It took two of them to do the act, and it was consensual.
You're missing it.
I don't hear is that it was one of his boss's wives.
Don't listen. This is what it comes down to.
Y'all gotta stop though. Nobody is not put out who this official is. They literally went through a whole laundry list of every woman in the organization.
Y'all literally, y'all not catching the point. And the point is that, and nobody has said it, and I've been saying this for the longest, you have to have dick discipline or you are going to fumble the bag. It's not about exercising options. I don't even care about them hoes. Yeah, is it fair? Cool. No. Listen, the last thing that I'm worried about if I'm him is what's fair. The first thing that I'm worried about is the fact that I focused my whole life for the last 10 years. I studied under the greats. I was under Greg Popovich. I was an assistant coach. I've been going back and forth. I finally got my shot. I am at the top of my game, at the beginning of an ascendance to be considered one of the greatest of all time. Possible contract extension on the way. I have Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown as my core for the future, which means that I am guaranteed to have some level of success. I am set for the rest of my life. The only thing I have to do is have a level of dick discipline, and I am fumbling the bag because I can't focus. I can't focus on anything other than the pussy. That is the whole lesson in this, is that it's not about fairness. The world is what it is. It's not about whether or not she was married or not. The world is what it is. My point is that when you take this into consideration and you start having this conversation, and I've been saying this since the beginning of time, I'm not letting anything, not a piece of pussy, not nothing come between me and my bag. I just don't understand how that is not the number one talking point. I don't care about them hoes. I don't care about Nia Long. I don't care about none of that. Never let anything mess up your bag, especially no pussy. And I keep telling these dudes over and over and over again, and it just seems like it just goes in one ear and out the other, because the only thing y'all care about is busting down some hoes, man. That's the whole point for me. That's the only thing I care about with this story. He fumbled his whole lifetime bag, and his kid is probably gonna get teased in school. They was in the middle of transitioning from wherever they was over to Boston, and now they got to figure out life. They got to figure out life all together.
I don't think it's no, I mean, you're right, Anton, but let's just see, let's be realistic of what's going on. The NBA players, the NBA coach, this happens. It's nothing new. Players
No, it doesn't. It doesn't happen where a dude busts down his potential boss's wife.
No. I'm not talking about the boss's wife aspect. I'm talking about players cheating on their wives. Coaches.
I'm sorry. You gotta look. I'm looking it up now. It's no official statement put out by the Celtics identifying who it is. It's only
y'all missed my whole point. Y'all missed the whole thing.
But y'all keep saying busting down somebody's wife. We don't know.
I don't care. I'm a public figure, so why even put myself in a position to have to suffer in that way in the first place? I'm a public figure. Listen. If Obama went and bust down some chick's wife, or any chick, let alone somebody else's wife, it's over.
You're right.
It's over.
No,
we're
creating a standard right now. That means he broke no official rules.
I don't care about the rules. I care about my bag.
But listen what I'm saying.
There are no rules when you're a public figure.
I got the bad talk. But listen to this, right? Once you create this standard, this is a standard. So now anytime somebody fuck around on their girlfriend, that now it's an offense for suspension. This is the standard you're creating now.
Yes, it is. And you know why? Because in his contract, it said that he could not do this. That's literally what it said in his contract.
No, it did.
It did.
Show it to me.
What?
Okay.
Really?
I got to do some research, but I'll get it for you.
Yeah, do some research.
I do some research, but it did say that.
I researched this. And then
I did too.
Okay, well, you should be able to have it then.
I didn't know we was going to be talking about this on the show. That wasn't in the cover photo.
But just for like a blanket statement, I mean, fraternizing with employees is usually in like for most companies. That's
you don't eat where you shit at.
So I think that we can all just say like across the board. Usually, it's a thing, especially if you're high up in the government, in the organization. I do think that they're not revealing who it is, like I said, because I do think it's someone that's high profile. If it was a random ass hoe, I definitely think it would have came out who she was and it would be on Instagram and all of that. But it's not coming out to protect, if it was a random hoe. It's not coming out to protect somebody. And I think that's the fact. Who is protecting? We don't know, whatever, but I think it's not coming out to protect someone specifically. And then also, I think what you guys are not seeing is that this happens. This happens all across the NBA, the NFL. The only difference is, my man's, you got caught. So it's different for you. And that's just what it is.
No, they got caught.
One at a time.
I'm saying, my whole point is this.
Can I finish?
I'm just asking your side. I mean, what happened when you create a standard, Kayla?
Oh my gosh. What?
This is creating a standard.
I didn't even.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead,
Kayla. I forgot. Y'all can go ahead.
Okay. So what happened when you create a standard? It's cheating on your girlfriend a offense to get you fired.
Yes, it depends on your position.
No, I'm saying it gets you fired, and based on what they're saying now, this man probably never coach again.
Yes.
And you know why that is because whoever he cheated with was somebody high profile. Again, I just don't see this being like if it was a random fan or a random groupie. I just don't see that maybe it would be frowned upon and it would be like
somebody
hot
else's
topics,
wife.
gossip. But I don't see him losing his job if it was just a random girl. It's somebody within the organization, and then it's somebody high up in the organization, and that is a problem. It was a problem for somebody.
Wait, what you said? But
Just
should
like
it
Matt
matter?
Barnes said, I don't think it was what happened. I think it was who it happened with.
Should it matter?
Yes.
It was.
It does, because like I said, this is happening across the NBA. This is happening. People are cheating. People have side hoes. People are sleeping with assistants, executive assistants, people that bring the mail. It's definitely happening. But the reason that this stands out is because the person that it happened with, it's a problem.
And this is what happened when black men sit back and let them create standards and don't speak up, because now what's going to happen is that soon as James Harden cheat on the little jump off that he's with, now they create a standard.
What?
No,
Tristan
you're
Thompson
wrong, bro.
was cheating on Chloe
You're
for
wrong, bro.
however long, and that never jeopardized his place in the league, did it?
Y'all totally missed the point.
I don't know. I've heard of cheating
exactly
scandals
what you
all
said.
the time, and I've never heard it jeopardize the NBA player or NFLs unless it was domestic violence. I've never seen a cheating scandal lead to the end of somebody's job in the NBA or the NFL. Like, give me an example if
I didn't give you. I'm telling you now, it's happening. So now what you're doing is you're creating a standard. That's how standards are created.
One of the reasons why Derek Fisher is no longer coaching in the NBA is because he buzzed down Matt Barnes.
Ex-wife.
Yeah, he did.
That is why he's not coaching in the NBA today.
He was a sorry ass coach.
But Barnes wasn't married at the
Matt Barnes beat his ass.
Way over your head.
Barnes wasn't married at the same time.
It doesn't matter. The point that I'm telling y'all is that it's not about cheating. It's about optics. Okay. And what I'm telling you is that when you get to a certain level in which you're a visible person, I don't care if you are working in a corporate American company. I don't care if you're working in the NBA. I don't care if you're doing anything other than rapping and water waving. You are a public figure. Optics matter. It matters. And when you start talking about optics, listen, Obama, and I'm gonna keep referring back to him because he's the top of the food chain. Obama is no longer the president. Nobody can fire him. You will never catch him in bad optics for a reason.
Okay, if that's true, then what about Bill Clinton?
What about him? His optics was bad.
He was
he
nasty.
got impeached. He technically got impeached.
No,
yes, he did.
He served his term. He served his full term, and then he was married.
My point is, and he was under fire the entire time. The entire time that he was under fire. That's why he was lying. That's why he was on TV talking about, yo, I did not sleep with that woman.
I never slept with her.
Yes,
and technically he was right. He was just getting go 3,000.
He got his dick sucked, and he still kept his job.
You missing what I'm saying, bro?
No, I'm not. You bought the presidents, and I gave you.
What I'm trying to emphasize to these dudes out here is, listen, bro. You gonna fumble your whole life. You gonna fumble your son. You gonna fumble your family. They gonna be getting teased in school. It's not worth it, bro. I know we trying to equalize and we trying to say, well, what about the women and all of that? And I get that. And I had that video too. I put that up there too. But this is a separate conversation. I'm saying protect your dick, bro. Because when you protect your dick, you protect your bag. There's a lot of things that you can do in society. But the one thing that does not happen in the optics is bad, especially if you're in any position of high authority, especially in corporate America or anything else. You wind up cheating on your chick and it becomes public, it's over. And it may not be over completely for the rest of your life because everything comes back and you can recover from it. And I hope to do recover. But what I'm saying is you don't know how much money you probably fumbled.
Did John F. Kennedy fuck Marilyn Monroe?
Bro, this is 2022 with social media. It's different. It is, bro. Listen, Phil Jackson bust down Jeannie Buss, which wound up being the owner of the Lakers, and she was the daughter of the owner of the Lakers at the time. Phil Jackson is widely known and was reported in multiple different people's books to be busting down multiple chicks and even divorced his wife as a result of it. It is different in 2022. It is a completely different game. And if you don't adjust to the times, you're going to be in a pickle, bro. This is not the same as yesteryear.
And that's what our problem, that we tell men. And I talked to a gentleman today. I had a conversation with a dude today, and he thought he was strange. He was weird. And I told him, no, brother, your environment is weird. You're not supposed to walk without gravity. Your environment is weird. Weird as fuck. It's not you.
Can I point out the elephant in the room that nobody's mentioning? He's a black head coach with an African name that's working for a franchise in Boston.
You know New England. You know it's bad up in Boston. My mom grew up in Boston.
It's Boston. I'm just saying.
So you saying it won't happen in any organization? I believe it happened. It don't matter the organization.
That shit probably wouldn't have happened in Detroit.
Oh, let me tell you something, bro. And I said this the other day. Nobody trips off Leonardo DiCaprio. Nobody. Leonardo DiCaprio leases his women. When they turn 25, he trade them in for a new model. Yeah. He trades them in for nobody trips off Leo. Nobody. My point is that when you present the optics a certain type of way, when you want to present yourself as a family man, when you go about doing things a certain way, bro, it's going to go left for you. You don't bust down another dude's wife if you're a public figure. You don't get caught up in that mess. You don't get caught up trying to pretend like you're in a relationship and you got a kid. Yo, it's just bad all the way around, bro. And I'm just, it wasn't worth it. It's
the Bill Cosby effect. If you present yourself as good and wholesome, and then you do something out of that, it's gonna go bad for you.
All right. Guys, just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Damn. Go ahead, Bill.
I was gonna say August Alsina probably ain't never make an album either, right? I don't know what you can't call what.
Well,
he's in entertainment, so it's different.
He could make albums if he stopped picking fights with Tory Lanez and getting beat up.
That was sad. That was so sad.
I know a lot about that too.
Beat that boy down. That was messed up.
Why people be trying to play with Tory because he's small?
He's crazy. That little dude is crazy.
I know. That's what I'm saying. People should not do that because he a little, you know.
We got some super chats. Get through. Come here. Get through.
I'm not reading Angry Man super chat either. No, I'm just playing.
Angry Man.
You want to go ahead and hit the cue?
Oh, my glasses on. Valdez should put his ideas to film. I don't have my glasses on. I can't read.
Valdez should put his ideas to film animation or every exclamation. He would seal the game. I want 10% for marketing. Love y'all.
JR ain't got his glasses on either.
I was glasses on. Dub will $5 just in case my ish got deleted. Logic. The book is called Meditations. Marcus Harley.
Yes, that's a good ass book. Read that.
It is a great book.
What's that?
I said it is a great book. You read it?
You read it?
Yeah, I read it.
Yep, that's it. It shows how we living today.
All right, somebody put that book in the back chat. Try to check it out. All seeing iPhone 99 sounds like they are trying to take the attention off the Phoenix Suns owner, far as the Boston coach.
What? Stop. These niggas retarded.
Shout out to Angry Man in the building. Yo, Angry Man is crazy. Angry Man is the only person I know in the world that super chat the panel that he owned at the current time, but we're going to make sure that we get it in because that's some G stuff right there. He says, Q's comment about Matt Barnes proves my point about him. That boy has no light skin power. Beano Nation, Angry Man was right. Shout out to my dog, Angry Man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you, sir, for that super chat.
Hey, can I become part of Beano?
Yeah, you already in there, bro. You in there.
No, nigga, I need a Beano shirt, nigga.
Come on, you man. Get him a shirt, man. Get him a shirt.
Kayla's actually right. It's called, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I got you.
Kayla's actually right. It's called Code of Misconduct. I know I was hard on her, but I still love Kayla. It's Jason Tatum was hidden. He be playing next game. Anton has a point because they are trying to Me Too men who stepped out of their wives if they men are men of status. Shout out to Adam Levine.
The man ain't got a wife. You motherfuckers.
Coaches busting down wives all the time. There's a procedure followed to step, keep it quiet, and deal with the issue in the case that this procedure was not followed. The Celtics decided to release this on their own. See, I know they've covered up a lot of stuff.
Because he super chatted. You can't.
No, but I'm saying that the NBA, NFL, they cover up a lot of stuff regarding players and coaches, and so for them to release this, come on, we already know there's a hidden agenda. But anyways, the 38 speech should do 38 speech. I don't know if that's right.
38 special. 38 special. It's a pistol.
Oh, should I do the soundtrack and I'll make the beats? And I'll make the beats.
Your ass can't read soundtrack.
No, he said it wrong.
No, he said soundtrack.
No, I was looking at the first part. Should A do the soundtrack?
Oh, well, you said
soundtrack. Right about that.
Yeah. Should I do the soundtrack and I'll make the beats? It's supposed to be I.
Well, I think I can go one show without going back and forth with you. You guys just tuning in with Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you get the lights up. Yeah, that was it for right now. Yeah, slow down. Hit the like button, family, if you haven't already. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Got this video I want to play. See what y'all think. I'll play this one. Babyface says he only approach women. Well, he only dates women that approach him.
No one wants to go up and get embarrassed.
Yeah. True. So normally when you date somebody, they approach you first?
Pretty much. I don't, it's not, it's more kind of, I don't go after it if it happens organically.
She got to like let you know, like if you ask me out, I'm saying yes.
I'm really.
so you rather
I don't make moves.
Do you because you don't want to get rejected? Is that what?
I think so.
Okay. Oh. Don't make it a sad. First of all, who's rejecting Babyface? Yeah, exactly. That's crazy. Understand.
Who's going to reject Mr. Whipperpill?
Yeah, exactly.
The nerve.
But that's interesting. You said it's because of like you don't want to be rejected.
Yeah, look, when I grew up, I grew up like falling in love with girls and getting my heart broke because I didn't even really try, but like I had a really, not toxic, whatever. When I first fell in love with this woman.
Oh, that's cute.
Hey, I checked out when I saw the bitch with the pink hair. I stopped listening. Because that means he's negotiating with fucking terrorists.
He's not. He's just having.
He sounded like a little ass kid. Like,
what?
No, I mean a lot of men don't like going to be. Let's just be honest.
Little baby boy.
Come on, keep what you said.
I just said a lot of men are like that. They're scared of rejection too. He just want to say it out loud. A lot of men don't approach women either because their attitude, how they look, but that's not because they scared. They just don't want to fear that wrath. Truth. I mean,
he's famous though. So to me, it seemed like he always date fans. If you only date girls that come up to you, you know who you are, come up to you. So you only date fans.
All women shoot their shot. Well, not all women. A lot of women shoot their shot.
But I'm saying he never seen a woman that he just seen somebody and then felt like and never gone up to her.
I had this conversation with you the other day, Kayla, and I told you y'all need to start shooting y'all shot, but y'all didn't want to listen to me.
That's not necessarily true. Like out of my entire dating life, I've approached probably 20% of the time.
Go ahead, Keanu.
I by no means am I a Denzel. I have mediocre Midwestern looks. I'm not over 6 foot tall. I'm not a midget, but in this day and age, I guess you would be considered a midget if you're under 6 foot.
You will if you see Bruiser in real life. That motherfucker like
Most-
7 feet with no shirt on.
He is 6'3".
I said, who is this motherfucker with a? No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it because I said, who is this guy with a sport coat on and no shirt?
No shirt.
Hey,
Man,
looking
all
like
the way
a
up there.
homosexual.
Logic saying.
I said, nigga, put on a goddamn shirt. You my nigga though, Bruiser. I said, look.
I hate to say this, and I keep on saying it. Most women, black women especially, look like Esther Rowe. No, hear me out for a minute. Just hear me out. Hear me out. I'm not trying to be, because Esther Rowe was not necessarily ugly. It's just that.
Your ass up.
Just hear me out for a minute. Q, you got this. Okay. Just hear me out.
Sorry.
I went to a historically white institution. I didn't go to HBCU like a lot of blacks did. I was on campus with 50,000 human beings. 50,000. I was also a part of the greatest fraternity on the planet, which is Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Just off the numbers alone, I could just sit in a student center. I could sit somewhere and it could be 50 chicks walk by. At least 2 would just walk to me. I could be at the campus bar. So when I figured this out, when I graduated, I would go out in the real work world when I got older after college, and I would go to a bar or whatever, and I would just sit around and chill. Yeah, you may not have every female looking at you, blah, 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 because they're expecting you to game on them, but at least 1 or 2. The better I got at just being me, I had one chick, and I tell the story all the time. One chick, she was a sexy black chick. She had to be like 5'10", super dark back in the day. She was sitting next to me in the bar and said, literally out of her mouth, "I've been sitting here for an hour and you haven't even spoke to me." I didn't even know who this chick was. Because we live in a society now of so many simps. So it's intriguing when you don't do it, when you don't holler at chicks. I could be at the grocery store, the same thing. Before I got married, I could literally be walking to the grocery store wearing, a suit jacket, whatever, and a female will say, "Hey, handsome, how you doing?" Because I'm ignoring her. Babyface is right. I don't think it's because he's afraid of rejection. I think that he knows that, and he won't say it in front of all those cackling hens he was with, but what it really is that he knows that men are the prize. God himself said it. We build, we construct, we die for this nation, respectfully. Women really don't. Men have hobbies. Women don't. Women age like milk. Men don't. And truth be told, a lot of men now are doing this. People call them red-pilled. But I don't agree with that. I think that that's what men naturally did back in the day. I think that now women they know that there's a lot of simps now. They know that a lot of men will pay their bills. But I would suggest that back in the day when the country was more frontier country and women had to rely on men, I'm pretty sure a lot of women were running to men. Just like if shit were to hit the fan, women will be running to men. Because women even know that men are the prize. And truth be told, with black women, I hate to say it, all you got to do as a black man to get a black woman is have a white bitch with you. No, and it's the truth. It's the truth. And especially if she's a sexy one. That's all you got to do as a black man. You ain't got to highlight no black chick. Just have you a white chick with you.
What are you talking about?
It worked for me a couple of times in my life. Now, I wasn't a serial white woman dater. I still love some black coochie.
Oh, really?
But the thing is that I'm pretty sure there's a lot of men who can agree with me. I'm willing to bet that a lot of dudes in the chat like, damn, that nigga is probably right.
Nope.
And it's the truth. I hate to say it, but Babyface is capping. He ain't afraid of rejection. He knows that he's the shit. He knows that, first of all, the man is pushing 70 and he still looks good. ain't no 60. No, hey, listen, let's be honest. How many 64-year-old women can be 64 and still have people gawking over them? See, those women were gawking over Babyface. But you can't find no 30-year-old men gawking over no 70-year-old woman. And I hate to be so brutally honest like that. You can't. Ain't no 30-year-old sitting around looking at I don't know who's old. I don't even know anybody old right now, but Betty White or something. Rest in peace. Ain't nobody looking at her. No, she's a cute little old lady and she's funny, but ain't nobody looking at her looks. But you saw those girls, they were all looking at him. That one girl has some sexy long legs too, I will admit that. But it's the truth. He's lying. He's full of shit. He knows damn well that he's still the man. And he ain't got to holler at them. They got to holler at him. Go ahead, guys. I mean, come on. The woman in the pink hair. Come on, man. Why would on earth would any man even approach her? She got to approach a nigga. The other ones are pretty hot, but come on, man. You got to approach. No, Babyface ain't got to lie. He ain't got a cap. So she got some nice legs. Yeah,
I think the women would gawk him in anyways because of his money. Those look like those type of women. No matter if he was ugly, they still gonna gawk at him. But he looks good for some.
That's what I was gonna say, Q, is he's famous and rich. So people are gonna gawk to him regardless. It says on here he's 63. I don't think that 63-year-olds that don't have Babyface money look like him. To be honest. So when you're rich and you have money, women are always gonna gawk to you. Women are hypergamous by nature, as Anton would say. So you being rich and famous, you are always gonna have women gawking at you at every age. I do think, though, for me personally, I like very masculine men. I like men that are hunters. So I like men that go out and get what they want, whether that's a woman, money, whatever it is. Like, they are gonna go out there and get it, whatever it is that they want. So that's just what I personally like. But again, I think it was more like, I'm Babyface. I don't gotta approach women. I'm Babyface. Okay. And so that's kind of how I saw it.
How old is Jennifer Lopez? She's like 50.
She just turned 50 last year.
She just turned old, Amir.
She's like 85.
She just turned old, Amir.
This year?
85.
85.
No. Kayla said she's just turned 50.
She's 50.
Yeah, last year she turned 50. So this year she's probably 51.
Chaotic says 54.
I think she's 54. Hold on for a second. Let me look it up. I could have sworn.
I think she's over 50, but
she's 53.
She's 53. Okay, I missed the year. So she's 53.
AKA she hit the wall 30 years ago.
Okay, but guys are still speaking about how hot she is too.
Ooh. Name.
She got J-Lo money though.
No.
J-Lo money to be able to stay that hot.
Personal
trainer.
But she, because of her money, yeah.
Right.
Amir,
so she has everything she needs.
Amir, who is still talking about Jennifer Lopez?
Nobody.
What?
She
no,
just got
that's
married.
not true. That's not true.
She just
got married.
No, wait a minute.
She just had a wedding.
Wait a minute, Amir.
Her 19th wedding.
Hoes get married all the time.
Okay.
This wedding or the fourth?
Okay. Nobody. Look, she got married again, and nobody cared. Like, nobody's talking about J-Lo anymore. Anybody talking about the
Who is talking about J-Lo, Amir?
She still looks good.
Yeah, she got a new movie that just came out on Netflix at #1. So I don't know.
Amir, what?
Maybe not you.
No.
I don't know any 30-year-old women speaking about Babyface.
It's saying, "Oh shit, J-Lo."
What 30-year-old woman do you see saying, "Oh my God, Babyface"?
A lot.
The three cackling hands there. We're just around.
Because they're money hungry though.
I've never.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They want his money. If he was a regular ass 63-year-old guy that worked at Costco, it wouldn't be the same. We can't act like it would be the same.
I don't know.
He's Babyface.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's
I've never heard of women saying like, "Oh my God, Babyface."
Because just because a guy like
rich.
No,
I'm with you, Amira. Nobody said that.
He's rich.
I don't see
because a guy does not have money does not mean he isn't going to be able to attract women to him at any age.
No, I'm not saying that he won't. I'm just saying in terms of like what Amira was saying with like young women. What, like, I don't see young women like lusting after the 64-year-old guy that works at the Costco. I just don't see that. Like,
most don't even know him.
Right. They're not going to pay him any mind. They're really not. If he was rich and famous, of women of all ages, but at 64, the women that are probably looking at the guy in the Costco are like 50-something-year-old women that work at the bank. It's not 25-year-old women that are like, oh, the 64-year-old guy at the Costco. He's so hot. Like,
look at Anton.
Kayla could not be any more wrong.
Kayla, can I say something real quick?
That's what the
Kayla,
can I say
so wrong, Kayla.
Can I say something real quick? A 64-year-old woman with money and a 64-year-old man with money is two different things, and you know it. Ain't nobody on this panel trying to get Oprah Winfrey, and she's a billionaire, and she's 64, 65.
That's cap. That's cap.
There's plenty of people that would give her Oprah.
You said it's cap, man.
It's plenty of people in this chat that would give her Oprah today. She's a billionaire.
That was a bad
what are you
example.
talking about?
Okay, all right.
They would make that shit the fuck work to get with a billionaire.
Okay, I guess you're right on that.
Plenty of niggas in this chat.
Okay, all right, you're right.
In this chat.
But it won't be for looks.
Kayla.
They won. Y'all know I'm telling the truth.
All right, you got me.
If Oprah wanted to cover you, Oprah wanted to bag you, you would be bagged right the fuck up.
There are plenty of guys in their 50s, and if they took care of themselves, first of all, the chick don't know how old the guy is. And what attracts the woman to the guy is not about his age. It's about him. It's about his charisma. It's about how he carries himself. There's a lot of factors that play into that. So it isn't just the guy has some money.
I got one more topic to push through real quick. One more topic. Let me go ahead and read these other super chats real quick. Quentin 199 says Q do be making up words. Daylin Rollison 499. I'm jumping on Brittany's bandwagon because my B-Day was yesterday, 9/28. Happy birthday to you. Great show. And can we get a shut the fuck up? I mean, shut up, fatty. From AM. I don't know. That's I probably know what that is. Oh, from Angry Man.
The shut up, fatty?
Yeah.
From Angry Man.
Urban Theater with the $2. I don't know what similar it is. There ain't nothing.
Angry Man know what it
Yeah.
is.
Dub Will $5. And also remember what Babyface was really saying was, on Babyface, as a woman, you should be honored to shoot your shot at me.
Exactly.
He did seem like he was pretty privileged over there. Shireen Rowley, $10 said, chaotic, what they do? Thumbs up. Rowley family watching you, chaotic, LOL.
Thank you so much, Rowley.
Beta, he come from that era. So you got some fans out there, chaotic.
Thank you.
Nevertheless, let me go ahead and play this last clip.
Always, but women be the main ones pushing for monogamy. And then when a bitch get in a relationship, you don't understand, by asking this man to not fuck nobody else, by asking this man to not call nobody else, by asking this man to not look at another woman for none of his wants and needs as far as male to female, you are then saying, I'ma be whatever you need me to be, nigga, because I don't want, but y'all don't understand that. Y'all just think that's how it's supposed to be because that's what the media and the movies and your man and them taught you. That's what y'all think. Y'all, like, truth be told, if up front, a bitch told you, these are all the things you're going to have to do, girl, in order to lock this nigga in like you want to, half of y'all wouldn't even want the nigga after that. But you never sit down to actually really consider, what does it take to be fucking Ray Ray's girlfriend? What does it take to be Michael's wife? Like, what type of demons do this nigga really got? What type of sex drive do he really got if he left every other bitch alone and only fucks with me? What type of things would he want out of me? Y'all be one a nigga that's rich and a freak and got a great personality, but is low key, don't talk to nobody, but is a people person, but is like, y'all want all this shit. And girl, if you actually had to entertain that nigga non-stop by yourself, bitch, you be a circus monkey. The way you would have to suck dick on Tuesday, swing from the ceiling fan on Thursday.
What the heck?
She keeping it 100. 100.
Yeah, but why she sound like that?
she's super
She
mad.
must be from New York or New Jersey.
Don't kill them. Hey, the message is king. The content is king that was coming from her, man. Fuck how she said it.
Go ahead, Bruiser, speak on it, because you're the first one that came off the mic, man. You can't even.
Man, that's right though, man. You want a man to be monogamous. You know what I'm saying? Especially these rich guys. And you want to negotiate the terms of the relationship. If you want a man to be only with you, you should be submissive. Just point blank, man. Everything she said was spot on.
That chick is not a New Yorker. That is a Southern chick. You can hear it in her
They
accent.
said she was from Florida. I'm sorry. I just seen that. She's from Florida.
All right. Anybody else want to speak on it? Go ahead, Chaotic.
Amir, me and you are the least black people on the planet. I mean, on the panel. Did you understand a word that woman said? just be honest. I'll take your guys' words for it that she had value. I didn't understand an inkling of what she said. I'm sorry, guys. Amir, I know that you're not black, but I'm pretty sure you're in the same boat as me. Did you understand a word that your woman said?
The subtitles helped.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. I didn't understand the word. Sorry, guys.
I was trying to read a little bit. I had to read along.
Yeah, I can't speak.
I'm joking. I'm kidding. Yeah. I understood.
You didn't, Amir. You're lying.
No, I swear I did. I understood what
did she
said.
say
It's just a little bit rough. She's just a little bit rough, but it's okay. She's saying the truth. I mean,
Kayla, you're from Florida. Can you?
We don't know.
Can you?
I'm not from Florida.
Okay, you live there. Can you translate what that woman from Florida said?
Why do I need to?
You're from Florida. I would translate.
I'm not from Florida. I've only been here a couple of years.
Anton, do something. Anton, do something.
No, you're on the island by himself right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want no parts of any of that.
But no, I do have a question based off of what it is that she asked, or based off of what she was saying. I'm curious to the women on the panel. Do y'all think that she was 100% correct? And if not, what do you disagree with?
I think she's somewhat right. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. She was right. I'm sorry. I'll wait until I eat my olive.
I think I've said this, that sometimes women say they want a man that makes six figures, at this and that, but are they ready for a man that makes six figures, right? Or what might come from that? I'm not saying that all six-figure men want multiple women, or I'm just saying you gotta make sure that you're ready to do whatever it is to not only get that man but keep that man. So I was listening. I do kind of agree with some of her points that she was saying regarding that. So,
backing up on Island Girl. I mean, I'm married in my situation. Most of you guys know my situation, and it's exhausting. Like, so many women are like, I've seen a lot of women say, I wish I had her life, or, oh, she looks so comfortable. She looks so, it's not as beautiful as it seems. It gets rough, and yeah, I am privileged. I'm still privileged, but there's still a lot of hard things that go on in the situation with men who are richer or more desired.
Right. Yeah. Right.
A lot of women nowadays wouldn't be okay with that lifestyle that Amir is in.
Do you disagree with anything she was saying, Kayla?
Fundamentally, no. But in terms of the man, similar to what you were saying earlier, some people do things for sport. So for a particular type of men, it doesn't really matter if you do every single thing on their checklist, because they are the kind of man that just wants to do those other things. There's nothing any woman could do to make them stop, because they want options and they want to be able to explore them. And certain men of certain status feel that way, like, I can do this. So it doesn't matter if you do everything I need you to do. That will make me secure you and sit your ass down and put you, in a house, but I'm gonna still do whatever I want to do. Whereas there's other men where if a woman would do all of that, they would be happy. You know what I mean? They're looking for a woman that could do all the things that they want so that they can stop doing the other things. But I think it just depends on the man. But fundamentally,
do you think that amount of money or the status that he has helps determine that? So, like guys with a lower
more
status
leverage.
and less money, do you think that they are more or less the ones that are looking for that, but the guys that are a little bit higher up that they not?
Say that one more time.
The guys with a little less status or a little bit less money, do you think that those are the guys that are saying, yo, I just want a dope chick that can take care of this or whatever, so on and so forth? Or do you think that that extends across the board?
The ones with a little bit less status and a little bit less money probably are the ones looking for that woman to fulfill all the things. And it's like, listen, I make $200K. I need a woman that can do this, this, and this, and I'm good, you know. But men that have like, i.e., someone I know that has a $16 million company, he's never gonna not do. There's nothing any of you women, well, I'm not gonna say who it is, but if I was to tell y'all, I would tell all the women out there, there's nothing that you can do to make this man sit down when he goes on his trips. You just got to be okay with it, period. So
let me ask you one more question, all of y'all, one more question. Well, you know, whoever chooses to answer, are y'all willing to do it, to rock with a guy with a lot less status, a lot less access, a lot less money, just more of a regular everyday guy? Or are you willing to put up with all of the things that may come with a guy that has everything?
So I'll
in order to
answer
make sure
that.
that you can live the lifestyle.
Yes, I'll answer that because that kind of led me to why I went on Ready to Love, because of the trauma I experienced with a high profile person. And I just felt like, well, that's not working, like dating athletes and people like, you know, whatever. So let me, you know, let's do a regular guy. Let's like what, you know, so I definitely would, and I am currently as well, because that's, you know, what my current situation.
Is that what you prefer, or is that what you rock? Like, you know, that's what you would do.
Prior to that situation, I thought that I would prefer that. Like, as long as I'm comfortable, I'm good, you know. But like, we had the big house, we had all the things, but I would be there by myself a lot, and it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. And I was still very young. I'm still very young. Now, if I was like 45, I might feel differently, but I'm young and I want someone to be there and be involved with me in like the family life aspect of it. So yeah, I can't, it wasn't what I thought. And I don't want to do that. I'm not doing that. Yeah.
But you said a couple months ago, like your lifestyle, what you want. So are you settling now?
No, I'm not settling because this, you know, he still makes over 6 figures, but he don't got no $15 million company.
Oh, that's okay.
Q, what about you?
You already know the answer to that. I'm not about the
It
person.
may change from day to day. I don't know.
Nope, still the same as I said it 6-7 months ago. I'll take a regular guy because I'm not ready for that lifestyle of what I gotta do or put up with multiple women or anything of that nature.
And it's also dangerous. Homegirl whose boyfriend played for the Bears, she got an STD twice. Actually, she got it. They broke up. They got back together. She got another one. Girl was going through it. She was actually like in therapy and everything. Like she was going through it. So yeah,
So
I mean,
y'all prefer regular
y'all see
guys.
them on Instagram with the nice stuff, but
Excuse
I don't know
me,
what these women are going through. That's all I'll
Excuse
say.
me, Miss Siblabs matter. You say regular guy. What's considered a regular guy?
I don't know. I was just about to ask Anton that. Is regular guys? What's a regular guy to you, Anton?
Let's just say a guy that made $60,000 a year.
I just want to know what the ladies think, because I think it'd be more interesting.
What is a regular guy? Because Kayla's definition of a regular guy and Q's definition of a regular guy is clearly different.
Yeah, because Kayla said that the guy still makes over 6 figures. He's a regular guy because he makes over 6 figures. It's just not a $15 million company. So you would consider him a regular guy?
Yeah, per my environment. Like most of I mean, just like
wait, what? A man that makes 6 figures is regular?
I said to me.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm repeating just to make, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if I look at all my friends from school, from Howard, some of my closest friends, like my circle, I mean, we all do pretty well. That we feel this is regular to us. We don't got millions of dollars. We still have to go work for these 6 figures every day. So
I think you have to specify. You probably have to specify.
I'm in the same boat.
regular.
I
I think you
wouldn't
got to
count
specify.
a man that makes 6 figures or what I make a regular guy because that's not average.
Like I said, to me, I don't know what the national average is.
I don't know either, but I think there's a lot more people that make 6 figures nowadays because I mean everything.
It's not as much as you think it was, especially after taxes. It's not as much as we try to make it seem.
The national average for black men is like 44. For white men,
Yeah,
like
44,
50.
45. Mm-hmm.
White men is like 50 something.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It depends on your area, honestly. It depends on where you live, because if you live in the South, they make less typically. But if you live on the coast, a lot of them, especially like New York or DC, LA, they make a lot more.
Overall,
quite a few friends with government jobs, and they making like
overall,
200K.
Overall, the average guy is not making 6 figures.
Exactly.
Okay, well, that's okay.
But if you're on that side of town,
You're
it's cost of living. You got to take that into consideration and all that. And yeah, so.
Yeah. Like I know some people that wouldn't take a job in California because they know what comes with a house.
100K ain't no, you broke if that's all
Is
you got.
it worth it?
In California.
Cali, yeah.
Like,
Cali, you can't, like, I don't know where you can live
So
with
basically, all of y'all look
Regular
at
to
the
a man,
different
though.
guy.
I'm curious, Anton. What's regular to y'all? In a man's eyes, what does a regular man look like to y'all?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer.
You're not a teacher. You can answer this. You just said you spoke to the teacher and said she does da 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 da. You can answer this. You won't get fired.
But no, it's that Sean, it ain't got nothing to do with that. It ain't got nothing to do with being politically correct. It's just more or less about people don't think that I'm realistic when it comes to what I would define as regular. So you would probably get a better gauge or a litmus of what regular is from the other guys on the panel.
But I'm asking all y'all
Anton,
though. You're just first.
What was you about to say, man?
Anton will not get fired. He will get fined. There's a difference.
I don't care about. I ain't worried about no firing.
I mean, just
No,
answer. I want
fine.
every man's
Fine.
perspective because
I'm
everyone.
gonna answer, but I wanted to give everybody else an opportunity to answer first.
Okay, Anger Man, you've been quiet. Go ahead, Anger Man. What's an average man to you?
Told you what an average dude is. Average dude is making half of 6 figures.
42, right?
Yeah, that's an average. That based upon the national average, that's what an average guy makes. If you're a black man specifically, and you're making above 6 figures, you are above average.
And honestly, the only reason I said that because like on Ready to Love, out of the 10 guys that were there, like 8 of them make 6 figures.
They might have been capping too, though.
One of them was a government compliant. One of them worked for the government compliance risk manager. Another one owns a very successful appliance company. Another one, like they all were. Two of them owns 3 different restaurants. I mean, they are just if you just look at that pool of the type of guys they chose for the show, they all make more than the average man.
But
So
let's
when
just
you
be
talk
honest.
about my pool, I'm just if I'm speaking about that show, that was the pool.
But it is a show. We know what shows do, especially reality TV. They're going to vet and put people that are probably they're gonna put stuff together, make it fake, whatever, and then put it together. Of course, they're one to have highest men on there. They're not gonna put right or baby on there.
In my opinion, based upon what a lot of the guys say here on YouTube,
there's an echo.
A lot of guys are not making 6 figures because they think it's impossible. Like they talk as if all these guys say they make 6 figures, they capping, they lying, so.
No, I spend 6 figures a month.
Yeah, a lot of guys.
I didn't show my bank accounts. I show it right now.
Bruiser and Chaotic. What's regular to y'all?
You asking me, Q?
Mm-hmm.
I would say the guy who makes the average amount of earning in America.
I'm not gonna.
I'm gonna say around 50, 60 or something like that. I probably say that's probably like regular right now. Yeah.
I thought it was average.
Q. That's a great question, and I'm glad that I get to finally, because I don't really talk about this on my channel. I do more conservative content. I'm appalled by JR, Bruiser. I'm appalled by you, especially Anton, for you to sit up there and say you make 6 figures every month, sir.
No. I said I spend 6 figures every month.
Oh, spend, sir. This is
I'll
America.
pull it up.
This is no, don't pull it up. Don't pull it up, sir. This is
Pull up
America.
the Chase app. There we
Hold on
go.
for a second. No, please don't do that, sir. Don't, sir, please. This is America. This is the greatest country on the planet. If you are a man out there and you're listening to this, don't listen to these guys right now, this very moment, with this regular shit. If you are an American, you're awesome. If you can get up and go to, please, sir, please don't do it. Sir, that's just numbers, sir. Anton, that's just numbers. If you are an American, you've already won. You've already won the lottery. You could have been born in a shithole third world country, but you're born here. If you get up and go to work every day and you provide for your family, you put food on the table, man, you're not regular. You're awesome. You're patriotic. And that's what America is about. Don't listen to these materialistic guys on the panel talking about what's regular and what's not. So Q, that's a great question. But again, if you're making $15 an hour, or if you got $90,000 in the bank like Anton right now to spend, you're the same.
No. That was how much I spent.
Oh, that's how much you spent. Okay, let me say it again.
Let me pull it up for you again so y'all can read it more.
Anton, I'm trying to get my spill, sir. Give me Anton. I'm trying to get my spill. You don't have to do that, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I gotta say this because early on the show you said that you were a capitalist.
I am a capitalist.
You gotta say spending summary.
So I find it completely egregious and really disingenuous that you would cape for losers. Like why would you sit up here
on, man,
and normalize mediocrity? Look, I don't spend as much as Anton spend every month. He got me beat by, I ain't gonna say how much because I don't want to tell everybody my money, but look, I find it really messed up that you would cape for these dudes because we are in the greatest country in the world.
Yes,
and
sir.
If they step their game up, especially with all the opportunity out here, a lot of these guys could make six figures. They just don't want to because there's so many people telling them it's okay. It's okay for you to make 40K. And it's not. It's horrible. It's terrible to make 40K.
I spent that in like the first 10 days.
And then they'll say, the woman's income doesn't matter. You need to live under what he's able to provide, sir. I am going to work. We cannot live like this.
What most people make.
40K?
Can you Kayla, what if the guy's a good guy? He loves you. He provides for you. What if he's a great guy?
This is why I didn't want to participate in this conversation because that's not my life.
What is he providing at 40K? Because he can't provide me safety and security. Where do we live if he makes 40K? We live in the hood. So he's not providing me safety and security.
What if you guys lived in Montana?
Montana?
Yeah. What's wrong with Montana?
The best thing that you can do is pool.
You
don't have money. The best thing you can do is live by family and friends and pool resources. So why would you move out to Montana all by yourself where you don't know? That doesn't even make no sense.
Kayla, hold on for a second. Absolutely no sense. Now, Kayla, hold on for a second.
If what a lot of people make in a year. If I made that in a month, I'd probably cry. I'd probably get on this stream every day and just be in tears. Like I'd be distraught, bro. Like for real.
All I'm saying is, Kayla, is that I'm sorry, Angry Man. Go ahead, sir.
No, I was saying if you don't realize when you come up, in Black community or whatever, what is normalized is so below like a decent standard of living that you don't realize it until you get some real money, and then you be like, oh shit, I didn't realize I was really messed up. Like you think you're messed up, but you're really messed up. Like,
but Angry Man, think about who's listening right now. Truck drivers who are making 80 to 100,000 a year, teachers who are making 40, 50 a year. What about
$1,000 so far this year in flights?
Just give me a second at time.
That's wrong, by the way. Your numbers are wrong about truck drivers.
The country thrives off of blue collar work, people making under 100, between 50 and 100,000. We can't sit up here, and I for damn sure would never say that's regular. if you are a blue collar person or man, sir or ma'am, you're the backbone of this country, and you're not regular. You're awesome. Go ahead, Angry Man.
No, but I'm not taking away. Look, I'm not taking away from the blue. A lot of blue collar workers make good money.
I was just going to say that.
Like when we're talking
millionaire.
when we're talking about 30 and 40,000 a year, that's entry level people. Like people that are blue collar workers are making 80 and above.
Welders, plumbers,
yeah, they're making good money.
My mom's fiance is a plumber, and he makes well over 6 figures. And he'd be plumbing every day.
But Kayla, he probably owns his own plumbing service. What about the plumber who's making 7? Yeah, what about the plumber who's making 70,000? What if it was a plumber who said,
worked his way up to that though? He didn't start like that.
But Kayla, what if there was a guy? He's 30 years old. He's a plumber. He's making 70 a year. He says, Kayla, you're beautiful. I want to marry you. I'm only making 70 a year. After taxes is 50. Would you marry me? I'll do everything I can, possibly in the best of my ability. And he's a beautiful guy. He does. I mean, what? I mean, he swept you off your feet. You mean to tell me that you're gonna look at him and say he's regular, Kayla?
I'm honestly not going to date anyone that's younger than me, so I can't.
Oh, I thought you were.
I prefer men 6 to 8 years older.
What if he was a 40-year-old man making $50,000 a year as a plumber?
No. What have you been doing for the past 20 years, sir? Absolutely not. You're telling me you're all the way to 40 and you're still at entry level or like what is that, mid level? I don't even know. What have you been doing for these past 20 years?
It's not entry level in Montana. It's not entry level.
Well, you moved to Montana, chaotic.
Well, I don't want to move to Montana.
I don't want to move there either.
I know. I have clients that live off of 50K and they're comfortable, and I also have clients that make 100K and they're check to check.
Yep.
So, it's a lot of factors that matter.
And a lot of factors.
Hold on, I'm not done. There's a lot of factors that matter into stuff like that. So saying like we gotta be realistic in what we are in society today, right? When really 95 men are corny, that's whack. I think that's so dumb. Men that make less than 100K is regular or not, or men that make over 100K is regular. That's dumb. Like, come on, not everyone's making 100K. Like,
but you're not looking for everyone. You're just looking for one person.
No. All right, listen, Q. Really? I love you. I love you, Q, but I want
no, Anton, you're not in the discussion. You are a millionaire.
Listen. I want more for you, though, baby girl. I do. I genuinely want more for you.
Okay.
I don't, I understand your humility, and you genuinely feel the way you feel.
Mm-hmm.
Action Jackson.
I think I can get you more, though, Q.
You think I should be looking for a millionaire? Do you know how many millionaires there are?
You don't need a millionaire. You can just make 150.
Okay.
Can I ask Anton a question real quick? Anton,
yes, sir.
Anton, you're sitting there. You're high on your horse. You're at the top of the mountain. Would you ever step foot in a Hyundai, sir?
Yes, I have one. I own one.
What? What's wrong with a Hyundai?
Okay.
I own a Hyundai. That's my daily.
Let me ask you another question. If a man pulls up in a Hyundai and he's a good guy, he's making
my Patreon members pick my Hyundai. I just bought it.
What I'm saying is, if he pulls up to Kayla and says, "Kayla, would you get in a Hyundai with me and let's go on a date, Chipotle or something?" What would you say to that guy, sir? Would you call him a regular guy? Would you say,
I'm not going chaotic? No.
Why not, Kayla?
There's nothing wrong with. Hold on. Wait.
When we get to the ballet.
Stop. The problem with that, chaotic sets you up, Kayla, because it's a lot of guys that are millionaires that drive Hyundais.
Sure, look at Tim Duncan.
I have a Hyundai myself.
Mm-hmm.
I literally have a 2022 Hyundai. What the fuck is that car?
Elantra.
No, it's the truck. Hyundai Tucson. I got a Tucson because for tax purposes, the government wants you to justify that you have a personal car in order to validate whether or not you're using the other cars for business. So in order to make sure that I do that, I do have to have a personal car, which is just a little Hyundai, and I get around in it when I'm doing personal stuff. Shout out to the IRS. But all of the other cars is business. The other ones are business.
I gotta point something out because I noticed you did it, Anton. Y'all notice when he said the Hyundai, he had to think about what kind it was.
It's a Tucson. I know what it is.
If you would have brought up that Benz, you would have knew immediately. Yo, it is the S class. It is this particular package. You would have knew the whole details, bro. But that Hyundai, you was like, what is that? Tucson.
Listen, honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you though, Angry Man. Sometimes if you move in a certain type of way and you got to go and run some, you know what I'm saying, go in certain spaces, you don't want to be driving a Benz. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be driving a Porsche. You can't do that in certain spaces. And so it is good to also be kind of inconspicuous and move a certain type of way in a Hyundai. I'd rather show up in a Hyundai a lot of times, depending on the type of image I'm trying to present, or if I'm trying to not be too visible and all of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm chilling. I love my Hyundai. It is absolutely awesome. That car is great.
I never seen you take a picture in the Hyundai. But you for sure in the Porsche and the Mercedes, like, ooh, with the ambient lighting. And I know about the ambient lighting because I got one. So it's like you ain't never been like, ooh, come on.
No. I have a Patreon video of me picking up the car, buying it, and driving it home and all of that.
Was that the only time you ever taken a picture with it?
I haven't had it that often. Right now, my brother got it.
Anton, there are men. I watch videos like this all the time on YouTube of especially white people, and it's some black people too. They are living off the grid, sir. They live off of $25,000-$30,000 a year. They live in a van, or they might even build like a little small cabin. They may, hunt their own game. Sir, are you telling me that is a
look? He do got it, and he drove it in the video. See.
No. So Anton, what about people living off the grid, sir?
God bless them.
Okay.
I like to live in big cities. I like to have good restaurants around me. I want to interact with people. I like networking. I like building with people. I like going to events. I like going to sit at the Pistons. I like flying first. Listen, I'm not saying that anybody should advocate to do what I do. All I'm saying is I'm leaving it on the flow. I'm going to have my cake and eat it too. And I'm going to get it. I got to get it, bro. I want everything. I want everything.
I advocate for people to live like that because that means it's less haters.
And I tip big. I just gave I gave somebody a $500 tip just the other day, bro. Like,
was it a black-owned restaurant?
No, it wasn't that.
All right. Hold on, Jay Speed. I'm gonna get to you 1 second. You just get through these super chats, and then we'll have you close us out, okay?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Do you want me to read them?
Yeah, go ahead.
JC the Conqueror with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, JC. Positivity is coming your way to you and your family, sir. Thank you so much for supporting the Lapeef Network. He says, "Love Dorsey is dope. If you can get past the way she talks," which I couldn't. She from Atlanta. Thank you, sir, for letting me know where she's from. Dan Rollison with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much for being a member, sir. Guys, if you are not a member, please hit that join button, guys. It's right on your screen. It says, "I want that Oprah money, and I'll put in the work." Ugh. Those on the panel who know my story know that it is a lot of work. I ain't smashing no 64-year-old, sir. Gary Grant, what's up with the $5 Canadian dollar? I think the Canadian dollar is higher than the US dollar, if I'm not mistaken. Says, "Grandma already told you women how to keep your man happy, full belly, empty chicken, clean the house. It is that simple, ladies." Thank you so much, Gary Grisant. Dalen again with the, what is that? Remember? Oh, that's a regular chat. Says, "CT, a loose transition." Oh, okay.
I don't know why it's even up there.
Rebellious Videos with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Rebellious Videos. Positivity is coming your way. Will Kayla stop kizapping? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Captain Ball Z. Real Bravado with the $20 Dominique Wilkins Tomahawk Dizunk. $20 says, "An average man starts with earning within the national average. Just like high value start with 100,000, but there's more to being. average men keep your lights on and clean in our house. Thank you so much, Real Bravado, for that super chat. Action Jackson, who looks like Miles Garrett, says, I'm a regular guy. I'm a truck driver making $150,000. Salute to you, sir. You are the bloodline of this country. Daylor, my Nigerian brother, says, y'all got to stop salary shaming. Yeah, they got to. With the $5 super chat. Dark Lake Revive with the $2 super chat says, how convenient it is that six-figure cat doesn't exist. Salute to you. Rebellious again with another $2 super chat says, what would the world look like if everyone made $100,000? I don't know. Daylor again with the $5 super chat says, well, it's only 7% of men that make above $150 a year. The math is not conducive because 79% of women want the 7% of men. Mike Wyatt with the $5 super chat looks like he has a fur coat on. Says, I'm married with 4 kids, found programs to get through schools debt-free, all while working part-time. I make over $2,600 a week. Apply yourself, fellas. Salute to you, Mike.
Can I call out the cap on Daylor one time? Just one time.
Rebellious Videos with the $2 super chat. Daylor again with the $5 super chat says, Daylor, keep them coming, man. Keep them coming. Says, I like women with luxury cars. Q, you got a nice Mercedes. I'm a Cash App you lunch. Daylor again says, angry man, let me borrow the drop top. I gotta impress this chick on our first date. Thank you so much for that $5 super chat. Mike again says, stop making excuses for the average man. Chaotic. What? This world will leave you behind thinking I'm chilling on that 40 grand. Stop the cap. Wow. I can't believe I'm in the wrong for taking up for the quote unquote regular man. Generation Love with a $10 donation says, I appreciate the relationship talk, 16-hour shifts, investments in the passport. Christ is kissing. Thank you so much, Generation Love.
Let me just say this because I know that JR is gonna do his thing. I just got a question. How come when we start to talk about money and we start to talk about how much money we make, that people start to get bothered and offended as a result of it? If y'all want to start having a real conversation about money, or y'all want to see real, and then people will complain and say, well, oh, y'all keeping all of the information to yourself. Or they'll complain and say, well, we don't have any visible people that actually make that type of money. So how can we relate? It's always an excuse, and it's always some uncomfortable people that get bothered by the idea of talking about money. And I just, get out of y'all.
And Daylor, you need to stop the cap, bro, because you told me about the property you bought that's near downtown Raleigh, and I know for a fact you bought it before they started gentrifying. So you know you making money, bro. Cut it out, man. Stop it.
But Anton, the reason why I was being a bit of a devil's advocate is because, and I'm going to use Kayla as an example. What if the man of your dreams, or Amir, you're married, I'm sorry, Q, what if the man of your dreams, he meets you and he's only making $35,000 a year, but he's incredibly awesome at everything else.
And that's not the man of her dreams. Doesn't that mean
something?
No, that's not the man of her dreams.
But Anton, money isn't everything.
If you say the man of your dreams, listen, I'm not saying that people shouldn't get married and all of that. All I'm saying is it should not be. Why do rich people or people that have resources have to be shamed? You know what I'm saying? If I run up here and I say, yeah, I only make $45,000 a year, so look at me. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, good job. Root for you. People want to see you doing better. They just don't want to see you win. Once you win, you become the villain. Once you win, you become the villain. People want to see you do better. They want to see you improving. They want to see you growing. They want to see you trying. They don't want to see you win. And if the minute that you say you won, if you put on anything, if you get a car, you get a crib, you get a watch, you get a little ring, anything, bro, it's just like, oh, they trying to throw it in my face. And it's just like, I've never thought like that. The only thing that I've ever believed in my life, if I seen somebody winning, I was like, that's dope, man. Listen, how can I get it too? I've always been the type of person that was trying to figure out how they got it and how I can lean into it instead of getting offended by the fact that they got it, because that's that hater junk, bro. and that junk will sow seeds of negativity in your heart, and you won't want to see nobody do well because you're so busy getting mad at the fact that they got it instead of trying to understand how you can get it. But then again, I know that it's going to be a lot of people that don't agree with that, and it is what it is. And here's the thing: it doesn't mean that I'm getting any poorer. Like, I'm just going to get richer every day. Like, no matter how mad you get, I'm going to be richer tomorrow than I was today. So it's like, and I'm inviting you to get money with me.
I don't know if you have any.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
I look to put everybody on that I can possibly put on. I'm always trying to figure out how to put money in other people's pocket. Yo, let me pour into. Yo, let me invest in your business. I don't even want nothing back. I pour into people so hard. And at the end of the day, it's just like, I'm not going to succumb myself or humble myself to your mindset of what you think I should be just because you ain't there. Let me show you how to get it. But it is what it is. Whatever.
Can I ask you one more question, Anton?
Go ahead, man.
You have sisters or first cousins, obviously female, right? Would you rather your first cousin, who's a female, be with Floyd Mayweather or a black man who is a school principal making about $120 a year?
Why do you got to use an extreme version?
Okay. I don't know. Okay, let's say, would you rather have your cousin be with I don't know, an NFL player who, no, you know what, I'm not even going to name sports. Let's just say an individual, he's a managing director at a auditing firm or something like that, or an accounting firm. He's making about $400,000 a year versus the school principal who does a lot for the community, but that's only making $100,000. But the other guy is he's all about making, he works nonstop 24 hours a day. He's just all about money. Or the principal who's a community person. He's the
money guy.
Wow. Who's never at home.
You know why? You know why the money guy?
They correlate.
No, the money guy, because I think that he leaving it all on the flow. He's trying to fulfill his purpose. He's trying to take over the world. That's what real men do. Real men leave it all on the floor, in my opinion. That's just my personal opinion.
What if that man wanted multiple women?
Oh, see, now y'all adding extra caveats.
I mean, I'm just saying.
The principal wasn't down the teacher too. What's the difference? Men at all levels cheat. All levels cheat. Just because the dude is making 120 and he making 400, the dude that's making 400, often at times it cheat more.
I swear that I asked you this question regarding what type of person would you want your daughter to date, and you wouldn't want your daughter to deal with a man that's.
Well, he didn't say my daughter. He said my cousin.
I mean, yeah, your cousin. I mean,
but see, when you make it personal and you say my daughter, it's gonna be different because my daughter is largely taken care of, and she's gonna inherit all of the great things that I've already created. So she's not in a position where she has to level into it. She only has to focus on the character. It's a different circumstance.
Yeah. I mean, I think
it's a completely different circumstance.
Yeah, I think that we know what average men make or whatever, and I think that a lot of women think that they can get those type of caliber of men, and they're not realistic in what they can get. Not all women are going to bag the 6-figure man, right? And not all women are going to be receptive of that lifestyle that might come with it, or be feminine or submissive to.
No, we see dudes come on these panels that make $20,000 a year and be busting down more holes than I've ever seen in my entire life.
Down.
So cheating is not a factor in this conversation at all.
All right, let's go ahead and get through these.
J-Speed, you're muted.
Real quick.
I just like to say good evening, everybody, and prayers go out to all people who might be living in Florida, who might be going through some experiences. JR, you scared the hell out of me when you called my name when you was go say that it's time for Super Chat. I thought you go try to make me read that shit, but I'm pretty sure there was something else going on. I like to say,
all you speak. Go ahead.
No, we ain't gonna make me the money doesn't anything. I'm talking the first time you did it. That was the joke. All right. I'd like to say good evening because I'm in California. Good night to most people. Kaylin, Amir, Q, JR, Chaotic, Angry Man, and Antenna. I'm familiar with most of all of you and familiar with most of all your shows. You had an amazing show tonight. You had some beautiful topics. And believe it or not, I'm going to go against the grain. That just shows you I keep my mind open. That Chaotic, I agree along with you tonight about 92%. And that's kind of hard to do, but I think he was on point on a lot of different things tonight, and as well as the rest of the panel too. I think when we start talking about, I'm just going to do an oversight with everything that y'all talked about tonight. Now, I think then when the question was asked, was their agenda? It's been an agenda ever since we've been here, so we shouldn't be surprised with that. So that comes with the territory. So that's not rocket science. When it comes to Jeffrey Dahmer's, maybe some of you were not quite familiar with his whole story. I haven't looked at anything because I lived it, and some of y'all lived it too. It was based on race. He bragged about eating a couple Mexicans and Negroes, and he served guacamole and cornbread and collard greens with the Negroes. So y'all got to understand that was the perception. And you did make a good point. I think somebody made it earlier that it had a ring of the LBG whatever letters they got now. They got vowels now. They got consonant. They used to just have all the consonants, but they got the vowels now. The thing with the relationship, the young lady who was talking in the car. You know, sometimes my computer get bogged down because I got too many things running at once, and it's hard to get a task done. I think that's where we at as black people. We got a lot of information coming from a lot of different places, a lot of different sources, and it's bogging us down. And I think Anton said it well, that when society is going downhill, going to hell on a skateboard, is usually when women are taking control, and that has nothing negative to saying about you ladies, you women on the panel, but it just shows you historically that's the events that usually happen, and I think we're headed that way. And when it comes to the LBG community with the flight, well, we live in a capitalized society. So we can change that anytime we want to. Only thing you have to do is just don't fly that airline. And for the people who do fly that, I don't know, we got a lot of high people who don't fly that airline. They probably got their own private jet in the backyard. But I'm just talking about the common man who might be flying that airline and disagree with that package that comes along with it. Just don't do it. I think the moral of the story when it comes to me, I don't see so much in my life that I'm waiting around for the solutions. When I say solution, I know we got to have the discussion, but I'm talking about the hard not solutions that comes with the facts, and I mean real hard facts. I am one who believes that none of us got in this situation without all of us being dirty, and until we really to take accountability for that, we'll just be talking in this circle conversation forever. To identify what the problem is, you got to start with the man in the mirror. It makes it easy. And once you do that, then you can really start seeing the problem. So that's all I wanted to say, and I hope all of y'all are in good health, and y'all seek to bring this channel better and better each week, and people can tune in, and we can bring the best content we can, not only just the content, but the solution that comes along with it. But it all do start with the conversation. Thank you for my time, JR. I'm always in the cloud listening to you and always trying to support what you're trying to do. I see what you're trying to do. You messed up on the damn music when you first came on because you had that damn YouTube open. But other than that, you did a perfect job tonight.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your support.
Thank you.
All right. Good having you. Okay, let's just breeze through these super chats.
AL with the $5 super chat. AL, thank you so much for being a member of the Lapeef Network. This is the greatest YouTube channel in the YouTube streaming service. Or out of all the streaming services. But nevertheless, thank you so much. Says Stedman is living great. Find yourself an Oprah, fellas. Know your worth. City boys up. Thank you so much. Rebellious with the $2 super chat says, average people get with average people in the end. Thank you so much for your super chat, Rebellious videos. Daylor again with the $5 super chat. Keep them coming. Says, angry man, because I grew up dirt broke in a village in Africa, Nigeria. I know what it feels like. I support the common man. Thank you so much, Daylor. Mike's with the $2 super chat says, I like you chaotic, but this economy is unforgiving. Oh, I got a little bit of smoke for that, Mike, but thank you so much again. Daylor with the $5 super chat says, pause about pouring into Anton. But yeah, you do drop a lot of nuggets. I respect that. I definitely learned a few things from you. Thank you so much again, Daylor. Daylor again says, money does not correlate with purpose. I felt the most purposeful when I was volunteering in city schools. Bob came through with the $20 super chat. Bob, what's up? Bob, thank you so much for being a member.
Loud in your ear.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, very.
Sorry. Yeah. Bob, thank you so much, man, for donating the $20. Daylor again with the $5 super chat says, Brittany B, I'm gonna get you a ribeye steak from Ruth Chris. Oh, I love Ruth Chris. With my PEBT check clears in a couple of hours. You know it's Friday. Daylor again with the $5 super chat says, ladies, y'all gonna marry an African for papers. Thank you so much, Daylor. Was that it?
Yeah, that was it. Shout out to Daylor. Thanks for donating all that.
Let me say something.
About to close out, Amir.
Let me say.
I want to ask a question, just really quickly though. Island Girl Q, what is her birthday? Island Girl, can she hear me? I guess not. Okay, well, I thought her birthday was like today or tomorrow, but my birthday is Saturday. That's why I was thinking that we have the same birthday. So I was thinking maybe, but no.
I'm pretty sure her birthday was a couple months ago.
Somebody on that.
Oh, who's that? Oh, that's Kayla.
Oh, what time is it?
Oh.
No, because I remember she came on the show and said she was on vacation for her birthday.
What time is it?
Oh, I thought I could have sworn she said that it was her birthday like today or yesterday.
That way, get her. What's going on, Argy, man? What you got for us, brother?
I was gonna tell Daylor, I've been on both sides of the fence. You know, I've been in a house where when you get up in the morning, you got to sit in front of the stove with the oven door open to be warm and shit. So to come from that to be where I'm at now, you damn right I'm going to celebrate. Nigga, that's why I ride around Raleigh like I'm the mayor of that motherfucker. I don't care. You feel what I'm saying? It's not about downing people that's not making money. It's about celebrating your achievements. That's all it is.
I totally agree. My parents both came from nothing. So
Kayla, I'm assuming, Kayla, you would not date the adjunct professor at a community college.
Why are you doing this, chaotic?
No, I'm just asking a question because I mean he's a community person. He's a teacher, but he's making about $50,000 a year being an adjunct professor.
You know the community person that I like. I like the community person that's able to buy school supplies for all the kids in their neighborhood with their own money because they work really hard and they're able to have more, and the God gave them more to give away to others. That is what I prefer.
Awesome.
All right, shout out to Daylor again, $5, fellas. Tomorrow, try sending cash out requests for lunch to the ladies in your phone. They might buy it. And here he is again. Said, "Hey, man, we got to link up and smoke a cigar."
No doubt.
La gran puta.
Oh.
Puta madre.
Oh, real bravado with the $50.
Hold on. Okay. Gotta get the mirror. Turn it down a little bit.
Am I not on mute? I'm so
Samir,
sorry.
I sound like you were cursing in Arab, but hey, never mind. You were cursing in Arabic, weren't you?
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
Real Bravado Network with the $50 Michael Jordan free throw line dunk says Anton implying that the high school principal is not leaving it on the floor is irresponsible. The best of our men are in education, law enforcement, healthcare, community service. The builders of our communities deserve our highest respect. Thank you so much, Bravado, for supporting the Lapeef Network.
All right, so that's it, man. I think we're gonna go ahead and end it there. Angry Man, thank you. I know it's your first time on Thursday. Appreciate you, sir. Love to have you back. You know, I'll be in touch with you. Chaotic. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for coming, guys.
You can catch Chaotic in the mirror also too on Political Tuesday. So make sure you got it. Yeah.
JR, will I possibly be back on Thursdays as well too? So I know I was a little bit chaotic a couple of times tonight.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely, man. Thursdays is open, man. It's open.
Absolutely. Kayla,
I'm so sorry guys about that.
I hope that
So
Kayla,
sorry.
you and I we kind of bonded to a degree tonight. I didn't say anything offensive towards you like the last time. I apologize for being a douchebag before.
Hell
yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Kayla.
Yeah.
Was it, that's JR. I didn't say that. That's JR.
I'm assuming, Kayla, we can't hear you because you're in your drop top Lamborghini.
No, it's not a Lambo. It's the BMW.
Yeah.
No,
You
you're
and
okay.
Anton are so materialistic, but that's cool though. It's America.
Don't you drive an Audi?
I believe it or not, I am very frugal. I have a bike that I
have a bike
from place to place.
Hey,
Taylor,
right.
$2 super chat says I'm gonna join y'all on Tuesday. Thank you so much, JR. Salute to you, Angry Man. Amir, I'll see you on Tuesday. Kayla, have a good one. Thank you guys so much.
Bye, you guys.
All right, hit the like button on your way out, man. Appreciate all the super chats come through. You know what it is. Catch us next Thursday. We out, y'all. We out.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Look, mile like 3-6 pulled up, ski trip cold winter. All my eating good. I remember when we had no dinner. West side, east side, no side, both sides with me. Check, coming, check, leaving flex season 12, come and get me. Gil, the run around, high speed, chasing all the big bags. Bending corners, bending rules, bending necks, Gil, the whiplash. Slide through hot knife, warm butter storm, gutter drain lane. Young man, old habit, still at it, tryna let my chain hang. True story, new story, 2-story, condo, B&B. 4 bath, 1 me, no key, like I did a B&E. Being me so good, so hood, so not worried about it. 250,000 new views, old news, know you probably heard about it. Extra, read about it. Headline, word around town, flexing. Ballin' on my course, so I ain't worried about nobody out of bounds, stressing. Feeling like Hercules, murder these ain't a problem to me. Tried to tell the maid service don't come unless you bringin' condoms to me. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it.
Shout out to all my green gang out there. Shout out to my green gang. The She Critique is tomorrow. Ricky Williams is tomorrow as well. Make sure you guys stay tuned for that. Subscribe to the network. Love you guys. The last track.
Power flipping, moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power flipping.
This the last track.